Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drop Pod. I don't have a quip for this episode, so I'm just going to introduce myself, something I forgot to do in the first episode. I wonder how long I'm going to do that joke. I'm Aegis.
I'm
Used to
Mala.
go by Agis. I didn't even introduce this man. You're just going to...
Start over.
Yeah, it's cut. It's cut.
Whole floor, nothing but scissors. Too many
Hell
cuts.
yeah. I'm going to let you take over the intro.
So, some stuff happened this week in regards to the Capitol. And while my main focus wasn't entirely to bring up the situation, I did feel it was necessary to say at least that the entire thing is absolutely terrible, that it had to even get to that extent. I believe 5 people had died is what they had said, but it did not need to go that far. And it's just a shame. But the reason for the bum rush of the Capitol by what you can only call domestic terrorists was incited by none other than the lovely President Trump on Twitter. And because of his tweets inciting such violence, finally, after 4 years, he was banned off of Twitter, but he was also banned off of a lot of other sites, so I wanted to kind of laugh about that. You haven't heard of how many sites he's been banned off, right?
Very good.
So
I'm
no.
trying to do that Dora the Explorer thing where we just awkwardly wait for a response. That's not going to happen.
So no.
You're asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Oh,
Have you heard of how many sites he was banned off of?
can we scrap this?
Can we?
I don't like this intro.
Actually,
It's a bad intro. No. I have to keep you on your toes.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Just do it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So no.
I'm gonna drink this on air. Sorry.
Okay, well, fine. So after he was banned on Twitter,
Some good chalky milk.
he was immediately banned off of Facebook, Google, Spotify, Snapchat, which is really funny, Instagram, which is really funny, Shopify, which I've never heard of, very, very hilariously, Reddit, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Pinterest. In addition to that, he's also been banned off of DeviantArt, Archive of Our Own, Fur Affinity, Face Punch Forums, Itch.io, ModDB, World of Warcraft, Discord, Newgrounds, Minecraft, Trello, and HomestarRunner.com.
Oh my god, not Trello.
He wasn't actually banned off of those.
Okay.
Just all the first major ones I listed. But
Okay, I was gonna say.
can you imagine?
You lost me at World of Warcraft for sure. Like,
It says, the picture I'm looking at, it says World of Warcraft Shadowlands. Like,
Really?
like Shadowlands is just the service.
wow.
So I thought that was funny.
Well,
Anyway, so how's your week been, aside from all that? What have you been up to?
working on some stuff, some back end stuff for Drop Pod. I wanted to bring up in brief my feels on Destiny 2, as I was gonna cover this in a video that may be out this week, depending on my work ethic this week.
Okay.
I feel like everybody's stirring the pot in some degree. There is a lot of valid criticisms of the game currently. people that are still playing this game to the fullest, more power to you. But I ask that you do not burn yourself out. Try your best to maintain a positive outlook for this game, because right now we are in a downward spiral. We're all in the trenches on this game right now. And I think that is partly due, I had discussed this in episode 1, not to be confused with 0, but I had discussed this in episode 1, how I feel like because Bungie had no competition for the longest time, they just rested on their laurels, and whatever they decided was good for the game, they just put out with no intention on putting out public tests, which is very important to a live service game. You worked with Blizzard for a full year prior to the release of Destiny 1. Blizzard basically laid out the foundation of what makes a good MMO. So far, you guys have taken some of that criticism, but in regards to things like public test realms, things like separate sandboxes, things like optimization of netcode. Granted, we have gotten a new host called the Physics Host for this season. It is not enough, as we are still seeing a bunch of bugs, which you guys said wouldn't be too much of an issue going into this expansion due to a physics host, meaning you guys can shell out updates as fast as, well, before. I feel like the game is going to be in a downward trend until Bungie actually falls and meets that demand, but what I need to ask of people that are thoroughly enjoying this game is that you curb that enthusiasm to a T. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If for some reason the game is doing well, which it isn't, you're seeing numbers drop and decline, which I called this last year and people kind of made fun of me for it. It's kind of atrocious to see that you can't really say, well, I'm right. I'm not going to be that guy. I just want this game to do well. There is no other game out there that has the gunplay or just feel of Destiny. Until we do, I have to stick with this game, as do all of we that have made this game our hobby. I have met some really cool people from this game. Some of my closest friends have come from Destiny 2.
Not me.
Our interactions have actually bolstered from Destiny 2 because of Michael joining.
Technically, yes. But I ain't come from it.
I just want to throw that out there. Please curb any enthusiasm. I'll go over this in more detail in a video, but I just feel like right now, while the game is at the state that it's in, Bungie needs to fall on this one. They need to prioritize this game over whatever this other project that nobody asked for. I feel like once we get true to form competition, once we have a 1-to-1 competition, like how Path of Exile is to Diablo 3, maybe is it Outlanders? Outriders? One of those.
Final Fantasy?
No.
Sorry, Outriders. Yeah, it's Outriders. Yeah, other game.
Outriders does well, we might have true to form competition, but as it's not going to be technically the same, but it's still on the same playing field as Destiny. But if this game comes out and succeeds, hopefully this will breed or spark some sort of inspiration for Bungie to actually make good on this game. I didn't know it was going to be this bad without Activision backing them, but it is awful, and for people to think that it's not, it's crazy. But like I said, if I'm wrong, maybe the game is good right now. Maybe the game is doing a lot better than where I'm giving it its credit. I can't really get behind the fact of cutting a lot of content and just axing out the rest, but that's where I draw my line. But until this game returns to a playable state, I just want everybody to kind of curb their enthusiasm, as said earlier, and just stay positive that this game might do well in the coming season. We only have a month left of this current season. But that's all.
Now,
as far as that goes, sorry.
Go ahead, finish.
As far as that goes, like I said, I've just been doing some back-end stuff on DropPod, optimizing the logo. I'm going back to the drawing board on it because there were some things that I did on this current logo that I didn't like, and also my people at VBI that are working on emotes plus stream package that I'm buying from them. They're working with me. They're telling me how I can kind of take it in terms of just reorganizing the logo in general. So I'll have more to share, hopefully, within the coming weeks.
Cool.
Also, merch. Merch is still going to be here. So if you want a Drop Pod tee, it supports us. Links always in the description as far as YouTube goes. And until those podcasts releases on MP3. There will be a description somewhere for that as well. Or a link for that somewhere in the description for that as well, sorry. What in the hell?
Colonel, this is Snake.
Go ahead, sorry.
Metal Gear completely out of my mind. Last week you mentioned Patreon. I don't believe that was included in the description for episode 2.
Not just yet. I'm trying to not be such a bastard with what I'm expecting. And if we do actually go on with this is something we should probably talk about off stream. But if
off stream. Look at this dude thinks he's streaming.
I was muting my Metal Gear ringtone, sorry.
Yes, see, that's why I got distracted too. I forgot. I was like last time. I was like, oh yeah, I should probably mute my phone.
Off podcast, I'll we'll come up with something. I want there to actually be some semblance of content before I feel obliged enough to actually put that out. Because if I put that out and there's not really anything,
fair enough.
Maybe donate. Get you a special bonus episode from us, and you're officially an executive producer of the current episode that's out.
Yay.
So there you go.
You did it.
We'll also read out any names, thanking you guys that have donated for that episode until it gets to the point where I'm just not keeping up with it. But, hey. Executive producers, get you one.
Let me tell you. So to go back to your Destiny speak real quick. So I haven't entirely been active this week. I've been kind of in my own bubble, which I can get into that in my portion. But do you feel like you've been playing Destiny 2 less lately? Because of the issues it's been having?
Yeah, I've been trying to, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I thought. Like, I thought you were streaming it less.
This happened with season of The Worthy, which I covered on the Helljumpers channel. If you want to see any of my qualms with that season and how it compares to what we have now, watch my video on that. I had a heavy disdain for the public event activity that they had for the season. I thought it just wasn't good. They had released a weapon that I'm not too fond of going into this season. I didn't really understand how much of a problem this weapon would be because I never played Destiny 1 as a PC-only player. The weapon they released was Fellwinter's Lie. Intrinsically, it has the perk shot package. You like shotguns. But the shotgun, what it does intrinsically, it has the shot package perk, which will make the pellets uniform, meaning that they don't spread to any marginal degree. They will always stay. It's basically like a slug, but it's still shooting out pellets.
Okay.
So the problem with that is that it's intrinsic to the weapon rather than just being a random rule, which is what Destiny is kind of known for. Finding a gun and then just seeing that, oh, I have the god rule is it's like a really cool feeling to know, okay, this what I have right here is like an S tier weapon that I just found on the ground.
Number bigger. Me likey.
The problem that we had was that this was a community challenge where all you had to do was basically log in and you will have the weapon because everybody else did the work for you.
Oh.
The problem with that was that this weapon released in Season of the Worthy. There was a huge...
Wait, this is the one we were talking about a while back. This is the one where you had to solve this maze puzzle, right?
No, that was Season of Dawn. That season was good.
Oh. And it was like a preview kind of for the weapon that would like release in the next banner, I guess. You could get it early or something like that.
Bastion. And that was the problem with the maze, was that if we would have known we were just getting Bastion at the end of it, nobody would have done it or at least at Mach 10 speeds, because we were just going to get it anyway. We thought we were going to get something entirely fresh.
Yeah.
But we knew that the weapon was coming out for a while. But the problem with Fellwinter's Lie is because you gave it a really good perk intrinsic to the weapon, meaning that it can't roll anything else, it's intrinsic. In Destiny one-shot package, you would have had to have farmed for on Fellwinter's Lie. Okay. They brought back Fellwinter's Lie in Destiny 2 and made one of the best perks for the weapon intrinsic to the weapon. The issue further is that they gave it a lot of range. They added a perk called Full Choke, gives it more range. Accurized rounds, more range. Arranged masterwork, more range. There is no direct counter to this weapon. And they brought back Trials of Osiris, which is the competitive 3v3 that happens every weekend. And a lot of people have returned to Destiny, especially with the new expansion. And a lot of these people missed out on Season of the Worthy. More power to them, but now they're missing out on arguably the best weapon in the game because they didn't play. Bungie could easily fix this by just letting people have the weapon, but in a blog post they said this will happen next season, so people are going to be shooting themselves in the foot for a full month and some change, while people are absolutely destroying competition with this overly tuned shotgun.
Always fun.
So it's turned a lot of people off, especially in the Trials scene, where it's still not doing good because you have some absolute
Trials being
legends.
the multiplayer
yes,
PvP, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the 3v3 mode. It happens every weekend, and the idea is that you want to get 7 wins on a card. If you get 3 losses on a card, you just lose out and have to restart.
Okay.
But you're taking a team with you. You're taking that team to get 7 wins. If you get 7 wins, you get to go to the Lighthouse, which is like a really life-changing experience because you brought, some randoms with you and you actually got there in the end. You reap some really cool rewards, but the problem is just getting there. There's a lot of really good teams. There's no real loot incentive for somebody that doesn't really care for the PvP in general. And for people that are really insane at PvP, they're just having a field day, just mopping the floor with teams that are just trying to at least get the 3 wins. Because if you get a 3 win on a card, then at least you're getting something out of the whole ordeal.
Okay.
So that at least gives incentive for people that aren't good at PvP or just don't really like PvP in general. That gives them a reason to actually want to play it every weekend. But when you have teams that have been flawless meaning you've gotten to 7 wins without even losing once, if you're going against stacks like those that have at least 6 flawless cards already, they're crushing it. They're going to mop the floor with you, who has yet to even win 1. It's a mess. But, Fellwinter's is going to be a problem for a month and some change. easily fixable by just giving players the weapon. There's no counter to it because there's no other shotgun in the game that has that sort of range. There was a contender, which was Mindbender's Ambition, but you can no longer use it in a competitive scene due to the power cap on it. And there's an exotic shotgun called Chaperone, but that's a select shotgun that you actually have to aim. So it's not even comparable. So until then, Destiny is just going to be in a really bad spot just because of one weapon and the class stasis. These are two problem children, really overtuned classes. No forethought on how this would affect the two separate sandboxes that Bungie seems to think it's not really there. So until these get changed or talked about in some degree, I think this game is going to be on a steep decline because I just feel like Bungie doesn't play their own game.
Yeah, that's weird. That like you were saying that like they're doing worse, surprisingly, without Activision, butting into it. It's like, I mean, Activision has done some shitty practices in the past. It's just hearing like, yeah, it was actually kind of better with Activision. That's surprising.
Well, I had made a Reddit post almost a year ago now. It got to front page on Reddit. I had talked about in great detail how I think the game is doing a lot worse as a free-to-play game. And there's a lot of criticisms that, this game is doing as good as it's ever have been. But the problem is that was during almost the height of COVID. Everybody's getting sent home. They need something to do. They're going to play a video game. They're going to play a free video game. Destiny's free to some degree. You're seeing so much inflation. That player count isn't active anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're seeing here is, all right, so are the systems that are in place right now, are they good? The answer is no. They really aren't. And the fact that there are people out here that will vehemently defend the practices that Bungie are adhering to, which we talked about last week. It makes no sense why you're defending a brand.
Defend big corporation.
The brand will not defend you in return.
Yeah,
it is okay to be a fan of something and still critique it.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'd like to add to that this past week, Elon Musk was named now richest man in the world, and it's like, 1, who the fuck cares? 2, people were defending the richest man on the planet and king of Mars. Like, where are your priorities, man? You defend somebody who will never know your name in existence?
Well, Elon Muskrat might give you a car in return for your services to the realm.
You mean the one that's indestructible and then they broke the windows on the test on the stage?
I'd take one. You ever seen one of them trucks out in the open?
I've seen it on a stage.
I need it. Elon, hit me up. We'll have lunch.
No, that's okay.
Get me one.
I don't know. When he was under fire for some shit like mid last year, and he like changed his Twitter icon to just completely black and turned into like a moody teenager with his bio description. I was like, yeah, maybe this guy isn't as great as everybody says he is, because he's kind of a child.
I think he tried to fall in line to what social media thought he was, which was just like a big memer. It's like it was kind of cool, and he was just sticking to the science of it all. Some of the claims that he makes are, at least you can give some semblance of agreement to, like, you have to kind of be careful with AI.
Sure, yeah.
But then you're seeing him on a video with, like, what was it, H3H3?
I could not tell you. I don't follow their podcast.
It's been, not their podcast, but it was some video. He was like reviewing memes or something. I don't know
It was probably their podcast. I can't. They don't really. H3H3 really doesn't do many actual videos anymore. They're mostly focused on their podcast. So if they were sitting at a fairly large table, with a monitor, like all the way at the end of it, then that would be their podcast.
I wouldn't know because I only keep up with Drop Pod.
Yep, 3 episodes in.
Yep.
Time for the 3-episode anniversary.
Hell yeah.
Where the fuck's my cowbell?
So I wanted to bring up something that I thought was pretty interesting over the weekend.
I doubt it.
And what? So Koei Tecmo, creators of
fuck.
Dead or Alive, they were filing charges over a mod that this isn't the first time that this has happened either, but like I'm kind of in agreement with them. They're filing charges with the Kanagawa police because somebody's allegedly selling like DVDs filled with like the characters, like DVDs, like physical items.
How do you mean filled with the characters?
Naked Dead or Alive characters.
Well, like models or scenes?
I don't know. I don't own the unlicensed DVD filled with naked Dead or Alive characters.
That's so fake. I mean, yeah, they have a right to their brand. And yeah, you know, you're gonna burn some stuff on a disc. Probably not gonna be too great. Man, I kind of fucking hate Koei Tecmo.
Oh, I do too. I think they're asses.
Like they sometimes can make a good game. Like when it comes to like them basically owning Japanese history through the Warriors series, and then I guess also technically Chinese history through the Dynasty Warriors series, and then I guess partially most recently through Warriors Orochi, they slightly own Zeus and part of that pantheon of gods. No, really. It's just, if it's something they have made through like those games, I feel like they are lazy as fuck and they take away features that were in previous games. Or you could even look to Samurai Warriors 4, which then got a sequel, no shit, called Samurai Warriors 4 2, Roman numeral 2, which I just think is impressive. But it's like from the games that I've played of them or just heard from them that like aren't theirs, and essentially it's like from another brand. Like take Berserk, which was laughably called Berserk and the Band of the Hawk, as though Berserk was, you know, a character. It's not. That was done really well and fairly faithfully. They added in a lot of random characters that like even the most recent CGI show hadn't mentioned. Like for example, the horse that gets possessed and grows a face and tries to do a thing with one of the characters, but then is immediately killed. Like that was added in as like a mini boss. So that was something. I've heard their Attack on Titan games. I believe there's 2 of them. Those are enjoyable. And then just recently they had done a Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild prequel, which I've heard is good. It runs like dog shit on current Switch hardware. However, there have been some random, slightly maybe credible rumors that Switch Pro is in the works, which I wouldn't be surprised because Nintendo always, tends to do this.
Keep going.
Well, what are your thoughts? What do you think about Koei Tecmo? What do you think about Switch Pro?
I can't tell you what I think about Switch Pro because I don't own one, but
It
I like
doesn't even exist.
I don't own it, Mel. I don't have a stake in Nintendo at all. Do you understand me?
Have you considered getting a Switch?
Yeah, briefly. My sis has one, and every time she comes over to visit, I tell her to bring it over.
It's a good system. I like it.
I think it's a really good system. It's the only one I've actually considered owning, like just flat out buying. Like I've thrown around the idea of getting an Xbox because I'm bleh, because I am on PC. That got thrown out of the window because it's like, well, why would I do that? Which I like how Microsoft is playing nice with the other, system that they have.
Yeah.
But going back to Koei Tecmo, I back in the days of original Xbox, my dad would always bring home like a case of games, and I would always just have like a crate to like kind of fuck around with. I remember there was an Xbox game. It was like Dead or Alive volleyball. And back then you had to like put in your age. Even though you had a physical copy of the disc, you had to put in your age. And if you put in the wrong age, you were just out.
What?
I remember I did that and I was locked out of the game. So what you had to do was you had to delete the game. And I didn't want to tell my dad because I kind of wanted to play this. And I didn't tell my dad. So I figured out how to like delete games off a memory card. And I did that with Dead or Alive. I came back to it. I had played it. I was like, oh yeah. As a 5-year-old, I was like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's time for dualies.
And I played that game and I was like, oh, this is gonna be a good thing. And then here we are, all the way to now. And I mean, Koei Tecmo always finds a way to like try to sue over something, but this is the only grievance where, if it's true, where I'm like, okay, they might have a case here. Because I was going to ask you, okay, so what would you do in their stead? You notice somebody selling this for monetary gain, surely. They have copied your IP or the characters therein to a DVD. They are marketing it under something else.
I feel like it's too vague because I have no idea what's on the disc, and you don't entirely know what's on the disc. Just that their characters are on the disc, but it's like to what end? The models, scenes from the game. Is it just straight up porn? Did somebody make porn and then put it on a disc?
The basis is that you've gotten wind that somebody is selling something that contains something from your IP. They are selling it. So what is the recourse?
I would say if they didn't make it themselves, like if it was like straight ripped from the game, then yeah, I'd feel they're within their right. But it's like I don't know the situation fully, so it's like otherwise I can't say. But I mean, you see a lot of fan projects that people do. And those are just, like, especially Nintendo ones, those are fucking shot down, like, instantly as soon as they gain traction. So everybody's like, hey, here's this really cool project, but don't mention it. And then you have, like, Kotaku being like, hey, have you seen? Look at what they're doing! And then everybody's like, no, what have you done?
It's so hard to take Kotaku seriously anymore. It's hard to take any game journalism seriously anymore.
I mean, one of the recent articles that was written as like a side piece, I suppose, was on why games that had crunch and terrible conditions shouldn't be eligible to win Game of the Year, referring to Last of Us Part 2. So I mean, there was that. I agree with that.
This podcast brought to you by Big League Trucking. If you're in the market for an absolute good time of a trucker's cap, you will get you one
Let me
at
tell you.
bigleaguetrucking.net.
.org.
One of those. At checkout, just tell them that we sent you. They'll know.
Speaking to your computer, speaking to your smartphone, speaking to your track phone. I know
They
those can
have-
get websites very poorly.
They have a contact us, so it would help us out before you actually check out the item. You just click on the contact us button and tell them that we sent you, and they'll reward us handsomely for the effort. So thank you. Big League Trucking. I don't know what their slogan is, but it should be good. But I'm just gonna say, get you one.
Should be get you one. Let me tell
Should
you.
be. Let me tell you.
T.
Um,
So what else did you do in your week? What'd you play off stream?
finished off Red Dead.
In your most non-spoilery way, how was that?
I enjoyed it thoroughly. I think
Did
all
you
the
cry?
praise. No, I think I think I talked about this in chat a couple of times, but I just gave a respectful because I mean it was already spoiled for me.
Was it?
Good old Sharpie boy, if you're out there, thanks.
Did he actually? Because I know he
Well,
mentioned.
he had brought up the fact that the unicorn got shot, and I was very sad and upset that Sharp had to tell me that. And
I mean, there was that, yeah.
and then I get to the part where you meet the unicorn, and then you're like, dude, really? And then the entire time, I could only see Sharp laughing as he blissfully spoiled that for me.
I mean, he didn't spoil, the part where Arthur finds the spaceship and, talks with the aliens, though, right?
No, because that was you that did that.
Well, I didn't.
But you told me about it,
No, I
and I
didn't.
found it. Yeah, you did. Yes, you did.
No, see, I'm using illusions here. I'm not talking about the literal spaceship that Arthur can find. I'm talking about after the unicorn.
Well, now you're throwing me for a ride.
What was spoiled after the unicorn was not spoiled for you, yes?
Sorry, I just got off the roller coaster that you put me on. What's up?
Do you understand?
Was this an interrogation?
Let me tell you. After the unicorn.
Was there anything else that got spoiled for me? No.
Okay.
But the
I mean,
unicorn
that's
got
not
spoiled.
that's not the worst thing,
Yes, it is.
is it?
I just met the goddamn unicorn.
Well, that's your
And the
fault.
uni-
Should
and the-
have had a unicorn from the start.
I took the unicorn from a bounty, and I had met this unicorn, and then I had kept that unicorn for the entire playthrough until I had enough lucky horseshoes to turn in for the golden unicorn.
Hmm.
And it had all the powers. and I
It's
took
the
that
worst
one.
fucking illusion.
Listen to me. That lasted me for the rest of the game. And I was very peeved that Sharp. Okay, anyway. I played it. I liked it. Liked it thoroughly. And when you got to play as Robin for a bit, that was cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Did you try to make Robin look like he did, a couple
Yes.
years back?
yes.
You didn't have him have this giant Robin beard.
He grew it by force.
I mean, sure.
When I could, I took care of that so he could look like how he did. But you try to have this cool guy haircut, and I'm like, nah, you gotta look like OG Robin.
Yeah. There's not actually Robin's original haircut in the game. Like,
No.
people were modding it in, which I thought was like, why? Why isn't that already in there? And it's like you have to find a look-alike to Robin's hair. It's really weird.
Really weird. I'm hoping that we get
Don't say it. Don't you dare say it.
I'm hoping that we get a Red Dead that's set somewhere further, either further back, because I kind of want to play the adventures of Frank Heck, who's one of the famous gunslingers in the game. He sounds like he went through a lot of shit, and I think that would be a fun thing to go through. But
it might be fun, but like I feel it would ruin the point of what Red Dead, exactly is. It's about, a dying age of the outlaw and whatnot, and forming a more civilized country.
It wouldn't be redemption.
I'm not saying it wouldn't, but if they were to, I think the setting would need to be massively different, or like farther out west. So like we have like how Gun was basically all just fucking desert. Gun was a lot of desert.
I want to see either Arizona or like a version of Nevada.
Yeah.
But I would like to play something further back. Do Red Dead Revolver 2, because Revolver is about vengeance. Redemption is about atonement, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
And just understanding that you do wrong, but you can do right. But Revolver is just... You shoot 'em up, man. You get your vengeance, you get you one. Nobody can fault you for it either.
Except the law.
Yeah. Yeah. Red Dead Revolver 2, though, I'm behind that. Let me do the mocap for that. I'll be a traveling merchant. Oh yeah. Khajiit has wares.
I did the mocap for this game.
Sure did.
I was the actor. I was the voice actor. I was the inspiration.
I would say that every time too.
Mm-hmm. John Covenant from Halo 1.
Ah, yes, John Covenant, the John Covenant, yes.
Mm-hmm. I was John Covenant. They based John Covenant off of me.
Wow.
You could actually see John Covenant in Halo 1, and then they made him the side main character in Halo 2, and then he had no dialogue in Halo 3, basically, which I thought was odd. Did you click a door at me?
I doing my chalky milk away that I had on the desk that I already finished.
That's some loud chalky.
It was in a can.
Was it a can?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about root beer?
Drink it every stream.
Nice.
Love it. A&W.
Oh yeah, that's right. What about mug?
Like mug.
Why don't you drink mug? Mug moment. Mug gamer moment.
But mug is like Pepsi to me. It's like I'm more of a Dr. Pepper type of dude.
Nah, I agree.
So A&W.
A&W Limited.
Get you one.
Mm-hmm.
A&W, reach out to us. You know you're out there. I know you're out there. Oh, we all know you're out there now. And demonetize.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to bring out something, and this is somehow going to rear back to Destiny. Not too long though. Forgive me.
Mhm.
There is a mod inside of Cyberpunk. This isn't spoiler heavy at all.
I don't
There is
care.
a mod inside of Cyberpunk that allows you to be in a relationship with one of the characters.
Okay.
Because one of the characters, you can only be in a relationship if you are the desired sex. And when I first started the game, this was before I had realized that they pretty much canned the idea of this game being as an RPG, but they will make good on that, guys. They have to.
Just give it 6 months, guys. They already got their work in progress plan. The devs, they feel so happy about it. Oh, they're so ready.
I played through the entire game without ever getting into a relationship because the character that I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna smash on this one. I realized after the fact that I wasn't the desired sex for that character.
Which, I mean, is fair. Not... Colonel,
I
this
muted
is
that.
Snake.
I muted it.
But I mean, that's fair, because not every person is going to be bi.
I understand completely. But I was under the impression that I'm like, oh, are there relationships in this game? Because I had went through the entire game.
That's the first I've heard of it.
I went through the entire game thinking, I guess relationships aren't in the game. I don't know.
I mean, what even is that? It's just first person fade to black sex. Thank you, based CD Projekt Red.
Well, in Witcher, like you're in a relationship.
Which Witcher?
I'm actually gonna go Witcher 2.
Okay.
Because I feel like people will not appreciate a spoiler for Witcher 3. But in Witcher 2, this would require me to remember the name of the redhead.
Trish,
there you go.
I've never even played.
In Witcher 2, you're tied to Trish.
Yeah.
And that's not the case for the entire series. But in Witcher 2, you're with Trish again. So, and you know that's like your character's like, that's someone he pines over. So you tend to at least make her happy unless you're an ass the entire game.
Do you feel that should be the canon relationship?
Oh, that's my canon relationship.
Even for 3?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like I know there's the one blonde girl who I have no idea who she is. But there's like a Yennefer as well, and it's like they have a chemistry, but I don't know. Trish and John Witcherman seem like a better match.
I vibe with Trish more.
Yeah.
But in the case of Cyberpunk, there was a character that I just kind of vibed with, because the other character that the sex that I played as, you can only have the one, and then there's like a gay option for you. And I didn't realize that, but I tried my damnedest to be with this character. It turns out that CD Projekt Red had actually recorded the lines for this character so that relationship could actually be a thing. It just never came out, and what did come out was that this wasn't cut content by any means, that this is a story beat that they meant to have. Like, this character is what this character is. Which is absolutely fair. But I just wish that I would have known that prior to me completing the game, because
you were talking about cut content. Had you heard that according to insider sources,
Drop Pod HQ,
take with a grain of salt and pepper is how I was told to take it. So it seems probable, but there's always the chance that it's not true. That when it came to content, even like with the police, I had mentioned, I think on the first episode, that police were spawning in corners.
Oh yeah, they will spawn behind you.
Mm-hmm. Um, if there were bugs that they could not fix in time, then they would just be cut. Entire gameplay beats, entire quests would just be utterly cut. And be like, hey, so this quest is done, but there's this many bugs. Now cut it. So the police, they'll chase you, and you'll actually have a wanted level. This is just me throwing it up my ass, but you'll have a wanted level, and they'll chase you, and there's this whole thing with it, the whole gameplay mechanic. Okay, how many bugs are there? Well, I mean, it might take us, like an extra day or two. Nope, cut it. And that's what we got. So now in 6 months, we can get the director's cut of completely exhausted developers who are paying for greedy CEOs' decision to release the game ahead of schedule. Like, you haven't heard shit from Elden Ring, but that's probably for the best. It's gonna be fucking fantastic when that comes out.
This is another reason why I brought up Grassroots, as well as just like game development in general. It's just not what it used to be either.
It's a billion-dollar industry, so
yeah, you're preaching to the converted for sure. That you're gonna see these development cycles where they're trying to make the round table basically really happy, and the actual consumers, well, sorry bud.
Yeah,
but I want to see where we would be if publishing was just a little bit different. Let's say Call of Duty. Call of Duty is a annual release. It's basically the Madden of first-person shooters. What would happen if Call of Duty was only developed by one singular studio because they use two studios in order to develop the game annually?
Yeah, what is that? Tripwire and...
No, it's Treyarch and Infinity Ward with Raven Software.
There was a T there.
But if Tripwire, I would love to see a Tripwire version of Call of Duty.
What did Tripwire do?
Killing Floor.
That's what I thought. It's like, where did they pull that from? Anyway.
They also did Rising Storm Vietnam, which is
yes,
really good. But
I played the beta for that.
Oh yeah. On my little shitty Dell business class laptop. But imagine for a moment that, let's just say, Infinity Ward and Treyarch, they just banded together. They're now one unified studio, as opposed to, all right, this is what we're working on right now and whatever's working on right here.
Mm-hmm.
Call of Duty is no longer an annual release, meaning they're actually trying to keep a game for a bit while simultaneously working on the engine that they use. And They will let's say it releases biannually now, because they're just trying to keep a game's launch cycle for maybe 2 DLCs, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
They have no publisher. Activision's out. Something happened to him. CEO decided, Bobby Kotick, no more. This is it. I'm done.
So they then become an indie studio.
Basically, yeah. They're publishing AA. So they're in it for themselves now. All for one and one for all.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what a AA version of Call of Duty would be with these two studios unified. I wonder what that would entail. Probably wouldn't see loot boxes. Probably wouldn't see what we deem as COD points. They need a way to monetize the game, surely, but I don't think it would be something as egregious as fake currency. I think they would just let you buy things straight out.
No, please continue to have me open loot boxes in front of dozens of people. in an online server. What a good idea. There's no peer pressure there.
Absolutely none.
Um, Actually, I forgot to mention this last week because I wanted to bring it up because we had talked about it, I believe, on the first episode. Technically, it's not necessarily Rockstar being abhorrently greedy. It's Take-Two because they have a lot of stake in them, or either they are like the main reason that they kind of get to do things with their money because they're a major investor, something to that point. So it's like they kind of have to be they have to listen to Take-Two on like monetization stuff. So like for the shark cards, for example, that's why they're so fucking popular, because they have to push them so hard, because Take-Two, it's like, hey, where's my money? Give me more money. So I mean, it's not solely Rockstar, but regardless.
Mello, what's that company that has a stake in basically every single like development studio? Tencent?
That's the Chinese company.
Yeah.
Yeah, they recently, last year, had struck a deal with Platinum Games, to which many people were like, oh no. Oh no.
I'm oh no across the board on Tencent. It's very scary that they have a stake in literally every form of your entertainment. It's like it's crazy to me. It's like I don't know where the money came from. I don't know what they do. It's scary to me that they have so much pull within the industry.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary how some studios, including Bungie, have taken some of their money. It is nigh insane to me that that's what you need in order to like get your project underway, and it's just all you have to do is just, hey man, sign away your soul here. Just do it right there. Don't even read the fine print, just do it.
I'm sorry, are we talking about Tencent or Epic Games?
Both, really. They're both scary. It's just that Tencent literally has a stake in everything, and it's like, what is the end goal?
I hate to be that guy, but I feel like Tencent as a company aligns with basically how China runs itself.
Everything in the pot at once.
Yeah, very poorly. And trying to force everything on everybody. And if, hey, you don't like our way, fuck you. You're gonna like it. Remember hearing about Red Candle Studios?
Briefly.
They had made a horror game a couple years back, and by accident, possibly, they said anyway, they had left in or added in some art as a placeholder or as a joke. They're a Chinese company, by the way. Making fun of Mr. Leaderman, Mr. Winnie the Pooh.
Mm-hmm.
In like the tiniest little thing on a wall. Like one of those just like it's like among a stack of papers on a wall. On like a board. But because of that, they had their business license revoked. They were no longer allowed to sell the game. I believe it was Devotion. And they are currently still trying to find a way to publish their game. Recently, they were about to... This is about like a month and a half ago. They were about to make a deal with GOG, Good Old Games, to publish it off of there. And that was when the Cyberpunk stuff had happened. And for whatever reason, there's a reason, but for whatever reason, GOG was like, nah, we got messages from gamers, and we've decided not to sell Devotion on GOG. Like, it was a set deal. And they were like, nah, that's okay. And when in reality, GOG is made by CD Projekt Red, which I did not know. And they have a stake from China money.
Mm-hmm.
So
Very scary.
yeah, Red Candle Games are still trying to find somewhere to sell their goddamn game, and I want to fucking play it. I will support them to any extent, because removing your or revoking your business license over a joke. It's like, if I were called Winnie the Pooh, I'd be like, who the fuck cares? It's like, cool. Winnie the Pooh's Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh is cool. He's cool.
I don't really get the meme. I remember when the meme first started rearing its head in the West.
It's
So
just
it's
because
just
he's
like-
shapely. That's really it.
Well, then
I think it's a Xi Jinping.
you're obviously you have low self-esteem about that.
Yes. Yes.
And it's obvious if you're going to go through the lengths of ruining other careers for it.
I don't know. When it comes to Tencent and stuff like that, like, it sucks to hear about when they really meddle in shit. But otherwise, I kind of just try to ignore it, or I don't hear about it that often.
It's so hard to ignore it. They do everything from the sidelines. It's scary.
I mean, sure, you know, you keep it in the back of your head. Like, did you know that Sega is in part run by the Yakuza?
Good for them.
Yeah. And they published the series Yakuza.
Who's the director of Yakuza? Because I remember there was a tale with that fella where, during the times of Super Monkey Ball, he was just like he looked like a really charming man. Now he just looks like he runs the joint.
It's on the tip of my tongue. Hang on. Toshihiro Nagoshi.
Yeah. The Yakuza like him so much, just started telling him stories for the hell of it. Imagine that, you're just like kind of chilling with mob bosses for no reason. They just like you.
It's basically it. But it's such a great series. But I was hearing earlier this week, like, do you think the Yakuza, like, when it comes to like these really like sweet moments in the game, or it's like, man, this is why I had to do this, because I had a rough childhood.
Curl ups, sit ups, pull ups, push ups, burpees, run in place.
Please.
8 minutes. Oh yeah.
I thought you said fucking herpes.
Goodbye, everybody. What is that? What is that?
Don't make fun of me. You saying herpes. I pull ups, my sit ups, my crunches, my herpes.
This is what the show is now.
Yes. I had a pretty eventful week.
Oh, wait a minute, Mallet. This just in.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Nobody cares.
At Drop Pod HQ.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
This is some premium stuff right here.
Da-da-da-da.
Can't get this anywhere else on any other podcast.
Mhm.
Here it goes.
Mm.
Thank you for calling.
Okay, all right. Well,
Who
That's
are you
what I
trying
thought-
to call?
I thought that would work that time. It didn't.
Who are you trying to call?
I can't shell that out. What if it actually goes through? This could be a special little something from me to you.
Prince Albert in a can. No,
It's definitely not the queen.
better go catch him.
No, that's awful.
Is your refrigerator running?
No. What did your week turn out to be? Did you see any sights? Did you play any video that you haven't played in a while? I've noticed that you played Mirror's Edge. That seemed like a hoot and a holler.
Yeah, that was my first stream of the new year.
Then this guy right here plays Code Vein. Somebody has to.
Listen, I played that like I think 6 months ago last year. And it's like I've wanted to go back to it for the longest time because it's like I played the demo for it and I honestly had a lot of fun with that. It was like just the right amount of difficulty, and it's like it was edgy enough without being completely cringe, and like just anime enough without being cringe. But no, I like the characters from what I've seen so far, and I'm interested in the world setting, and hardly anybody has made their main character because there's a pretty in-depth character customization. Hardly anybody has made their character with a massive beard, so I made myself a massive beard because I like beards.
I bought the Ultimate Edition because I figured I'm not getting anything Dark Souls related for it, but
yeah.
And
when did you buy it?
Could not say. Bought it when it came out initially, like it was within the first initial week of release.
Yeah.
But
you remember the tagline for that?
No.
Prepare to dine.
Yeah,
because Bandai Namco was publishing.
I finished it, but I lost interest due to the DLC, and like there would be subsequent DLC releases that were basically reskins or rehashes of what we had, and I was just like, I think I'm good.
Yeah, and it's like you can see on Steam the reviews are like mostly negative. But, going back into Code Vein, I decided, sure, let me buy them. Let me form my own goddamn opinion.
And did you?
Well, I haven't gotten there yet. Though,
I didn't see the reviews for the game. I'm assuming the game did well, but then I think the DLCs are just where it crashed and burned.
I'd say the game is niche, and mostly people just kind of ignored the DLCs, but I think it got to a point in which it was like, oh shit, anime Souls, flip yeah. And then it came out, and then like people played it for 5 minutes, and then just stopped. And then there were like, some people that continued to play it. And that was
How far are you?
I have... I just finally beat what I guess would technically be the second boss for most people, which would be that flower bitch with the nice ass and the nice poison snake cock.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't have strong, or sorry, I do have strong feelings about having your essentially second boss in the game have poison attached to it. I don't understand that design decision. Like, it doesn't technically have to be the second boss from what I can tell, but it's like, it's right there. You're not gonna fight it unless you decide to blatantly ignore it and go to another level, which I did for a good portion after trying to fight her again for a hot minute. So I went to the Howling Pit, I think it's called, where it's like, they're like, oh, don't wander off or you might get lost forever in the miasma. Not to be confused with my asthma.
Boo.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that section, the pit, I just got to the other side of it, and I'm assuming right up next is the boss, because that's how they did it with Plant Bitch.
Oh yeah.
In the city. which I'm pretty sure the next boss is the pole dancer.
Oh yeah.
She's got doolies.
Oh mama.
Yeah, that area is fucking massive.
Oh yeah, she is.
No, the area, not the
Oh yeah.
the howling pit.
Yes, sir.
I bet she's got one. Get you one.
Oh yeah.
Let me tell you. No, I was just surprised at how just utterly huge that section was.
You and me both.
Oh my god. And there were spiky balls.
Everybody's got them.
Yep. That was very sudden. That alerted me. But yeah, so I haven't gotten the chance to play it again since earlier this week, but I am definitely enjoying my time getting back into Code Vein.
By the way, this is what this was. He talked about this at the beginning of the show, or before the show had even started. He said, I want to start off by talking about our weeks.
I wanted a little bit of structure, but instead we divulged into a lot of different things.
We're an hour and 45 into the show.
It happens.
And we had finally gotten to his side of the coin.
And I can go deeply into this, or I don't have to. I feel like I probably shouldn't, though, because otherwise it'll take me... It's kind of a long-winded story. I'll keep it short. Excuse me. But I decided that earlier this week on Monday, I was confronted by my boss saying that when I was taking over an entire elementary school building for cleaning, because I'm a custodian for a school district, I had taken over cleaning because I was forced to, for an entire building of 3 sections, one of them including mine, because my coworkers had to quarantine because of COVID. I was told that the section was terrible and why I had only gotten trash one of the days. This was before New Year's, or before Christmas break is when I got the trash, and then New Year's, or before New Year's, I went in on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then New Year's would be on Thursday, or New Year's Eve. And I did the rest of the cleaning then. But I was asked why I didn't get the garbage, or why I only got the garbage before Christmas. And I was like, well, I knew I had to pace myself because of wearing a mask and my asthma. And there was a ton of trash. Towards the end of the year, during like before summer starts, teachers tend to throw out a lot of fucking shit. What they had thrown out before Christmas break was almost as bad as that. They threw out a bunch of just papers because it was the end of the grading period, and a lot of cardboard boxes. So it made for a lot of trash. And then I also had one of my friends in real life text me, and he was asking if he could talk to somebody because he wasn't feeling too great. He was having some bouts of depression, and it was just partially that, time of the year. People feel like that during winter, the wintry season. But because I texted him, and while I was still getting the trash, and I listened to him, my boss ended up coming in after New Year's on what was that, January 4th, and be like, "Hey, why'd you only get the trash?" And I told him because it was my asthma, and he was like, for 8 hours, and was like, there was a lot of trash. I don't know what else to tell you. And I didn't want to lie to him, so I told him that I was also, talking with my friend and he needed my help. And he said some pretty disgusting things. Basically, that my job was more important than my concern for my friend's well-being and mental health, because he's a fucking boomer and he doesn't get it. I feel like you see that a lot. You see a lot of like the older generation. I don't know how much you've noticed this, Armand. They don't understand mental health, and they don't know that depression is like a disease. Have you ever seen that?
I don't want to go anywhere where this shouldn't. All I can really say is that you're talking to a guy that grew up in late 90s Vegas when the mob was just heading out. And you're talking about people that had to be really hard. So I understand where you're going from, but
yeah,
these are the people that I kind of grew up with, so this is no new thing to me. It's just how it is. Kind of explains why I'm so stone-faced about a lot of things, though. Continue, sorry.
Well, no, I wanted your opinion. But anywho, so the quote, one of his quotes was, "I find it very disturbing that you would comfort and help your friend and talk with your friend during work hours instead of working." He then tried to guilt trip me into saying that it was a waste of taxpayer dollars while I wasn't working, which the district I work for is immensely wasteful, and they're like one of the richest districts, probably in Pennsylvania, I'd say. But wasteful to the point that years back they threw out hundreds of dollars worth of violins and thousands of dollars worth of flat screen TVs. So pretty impressive stuff. And like, there are people, custodians that sleep on the job, that are known to sleep on the job, and they constantly get away with it. And the bosses know that they do it, and they let them get away with it for whatever reason. But no, pick on the one guy who was trying to comfort his friend when he needed some help. And it's like I couldn't leave him to his own devices. And because I didn't agree with his stance, and he was like, I wish you could understand that, this isn't right, and this is how I see it. He got all wide-eyed, and he was like, that's insubordination, which I was never written up, so I don't even know why he threw that out. I think they just like throwing out buzzwords to scare you when it comes to bosses and jobs.
It's a scare tactic. I had to do it myself. You don't get a sale, I'm gonna have to fire you, man. It's just how it is. And then after that, it wasn't up to me at the end of the day. It was just all I could tell you was, if you don't get a sale, I'm gonna have to let you go.
Yeah.
But would still be there, regardless of what I said to the guy, so. Sorry, continue.
That's fine. And then he brought up the scenario, which I then realized that, as my cousin put it, she always thought he was a lizard man, but this definitely solidified it. And then this is when I realized, he doesn't have a heart. He said that if his wife needed help and was, calling him, needed, general help, he wouldn't clock out early, and he would tell her, no, it has to wait until after he's done working. So it's just like, imagine the scenario that, oh no, your wife has been shot. She's in the emergency room. No, I'm sorry, honey. You're going to have to wait until 4:30 after I'm done working. It's just like he wouldn't. He absolutely wouldn't. I knew he was lying because it's like, who the fuck says that? Like, yeah, no, the woman I'm married to, no. So it's like, I feel bad for his wife. It sounds like a terrible marriage. If you won't even give her the time of day while he's at work. So yeah, just lots of fun stuff like that. So and he said that the entire section was done terribly, and everything needed improvement, which I highly disagree with. There are parts of my section that definitely could have been improved. But it's like not everything needed improvement. Like, I do toilets really good. I do bathrooms really good. I don't think those needed improved at all. I think he was just kind of trying to shit on me. And just kind of pick me apart because, you know, they have to have a reason to justify their wages, and just have the spotlight on somebody, and then it'll move on to somebody else and they'll forget about me completely. But I'm now in a program, he says, in which I'll be monitored on my section's progress. Which I have 2 sections across 2 buildings, and apparently the other section that I do first was perfectly fine. Nothing was mentioned about that. So it's like, you think there'd be a problem, clearly, then, with the second building. So yeah, I never felt so absolutely disgusted and sick after a conversation, after we were done talking. And this is not the first time, but this is now the 3rd time I had a panic attack at work. I've had 5 in my life, 2 outside of working for the school district for the past 3 years. And it's like, wow. I wonder why that is. I wonder why more than half of my panic attacks have been within the building. That sure is weird. So I realized that I couldn't fucking do it anymore. So I am now very happy to say that I am planning on quitting my job ASAP. Hopefully within the next 2 months. As soon as I know it's financially stable, but I'm going to be a full-time video editor, because it's something I wanted to pursue in the past. And I currently have the gears very, very greased and rolling. I actually just, before the podcast, I was running a little bit late, but I had finally made a deal with not a full-time streamer, but he is partnered on Twitch. So it's like, yeah, there's that. And got in contact with somebody else tonight. I got 3 other people who I'm in the works of talking to. So it's like, if I can get at least 2 full-time editing jobs with different people, then that should be enough to financially support me. So I'm very much looking forward to that, and having more free time to focus on myself and just everything within my vicinity, I suppose. So
Yeah, this is gonna be very good for you, man. You're gonna
absolutely.
You're gonna appreciate, basically. Well, I mean, you're working for somebody, but you're gonna appreciate at least being your own guy.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's like I'm my father's son, and he's always had kind of an issue with authority and holding jobs and just not being his own, boss. He's been a truck driver for the longest time, for like nearly 14 to 20 years. And it's like just within the past couple of months, he's finally become an owner operator. So not only is he making more money, but it's like he still has to, work with people to get loads and whatnot. But it's like he can set a schedule for whenever he wants at this point. And it's like, I've always wanted to make content or just create something. Like it started, I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to be a video game concept artist. I wanted to be a comedian at one point. I
There's nothing
wanted
stopping
to.
you.
What's that?
There's nothing stopping you. Sorry.
No, not really.
There's nothing stopping you.
Everything's stopping me. I wanted to be a video game creator. I wanted to be a writer, a voice actor, a streamer, and now, and somewhere along those lines, I wanted to be a video editor. But it's like I didn't pursue it all that far. It was just, a thought. But it's like with this is something I know I'm good at. I'm very good at editing. I've been editing things for 10 plus years, from Windows Movie Maker to Windows Live Movie Maker, to Premiere Pro, as shitty as that is. So it's like, I know this is something I can do. I'm very excited, very happy moving forward. I am nervous, but it's like, I know I can do it. I absolutely know I can do it. I'm very positive about changes to come. And that'll also keep me away from, getting sick from COVID.
Will this incentivize you to work on more content for your personal channel?
In regards to YouTube or Twitch?
YouTube?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I know it's a good idea to upload things to YouTube in regards to Twitch, because I've heard multiple times that you're kind of gimping yourself in one sense if you're trying to stream and become a full-time streamer, and you don't upload to YouTube, because it's like less people will notice you, because Twitch, trying to get noticed on Twitch is already difficult enough with the algorithm. Like that's regardless of the new boost feature that they've added, which you haven't gotten anymore, have you?
Oh no, it happens routinely.
Oh, still.
And I feel really bad every time it occurs, but it's like, what do you want me to do?
Hey, I mean, you should be happy that
I'm not.
You're getting that at least.
I'm really not. So there are some friends within my circle where I'm like, damn, throw them a bone. Like, I'm happy with the concurrent views I have, but there are some folks within my cask that I'll watch, and I'll be like, God damn, they had a boost right now. If Twitch would throw them a bone at least. But no, I get one, what seems like every week now. And I just feel bad.
You should be grateful.
I wanted to bring this up before I lose track, but I remember reading an article where it was like a lot of millennials are not seeking traditional jobs as we know it. And
absolutely,
this is one of the issues here, is that the seat of power within some people are just like, it changes some folks. I used to work as a account manager for DirecTV. I did that for a full year. I decided to quit because I just did not want that sort of stress as a 21-year-old man.
Yeah. I
went to it was my first business trip of my young adult life. I went to a business trip to 10,000, Jesus Christ, Thousand Oaks, California. I got to see some of the sites.
Were there 1,000 Oaks?
A lot of trees, yes.
My God.
The scene was, we had this big building rented out to DirecTV company. Everybody was meeting up, sharing how they thought their team was doing in their respective areas. Obviously, I was the Vegas branch. The time came when awards were being shelled out to certain branches.
Oh, that type of fucking business trip.
Mm-hmm.
Just patting yourself on the back.
Vegas had got called. I remember getting pulled aside by somebody that was top up. I forget his name nowadays, but I got pulled aside and he was telling me, "You're from the Vegas branch, right?" And I'm like, "Yes, sir." This was back when I wore a suit almost every day religiously.
You know, I can almost imagine it, and it's just you know how some people, they just don't look good in certain outfits. It's like I just can't imagine you in a suit.
Oh, thanks, man.
I mean, I'm a fucking homeless man. Whenever somebody sees me in a suit, which I don't even own a suit, but it's like when I get dressed up fancy, it's like, wow, you gave the homeless man a fucking suit.
I had only ever gotten compliments in a suit. Like, there are so many people that would just walk up to you and they thought you looked like superficial for some reason.
Right. No, my looks are just, I look like a fucking homeless man. That's all I can say.
My suit was pretty good. I got a pretty good setup, and everybody was always complimenting. I had a 3-piece, so a vest. I either wore a pink undershirt, or sorry, a pink button up, or a black button up. So it was either full black or some black and then some pink. And I would always get complimented. But I remember I got pulled aside by this man, and he had said, "You're in the Vegas branch, yes?" And I had said, "Yes, sir. It's an honor to meet you." And he said, "You guys are doing so good. Keep on it." What he didn't know, I was not the manager for this branch. So he had pulled me aside for no reason, off the bat. 2, the Vegas branch was in utter turmoil. We were not doing well, not one bit. And it was to the point where we were getting emails saying that some people are going to have to go.
Oh my god.
And
you're doing so good.
That's how I kind of knew that the jig was kind of up here. This place, it's just one big machine, and I didn't want to be a part of it. But 2,
Right.
I just didn't want the stress as a 21-year-old man to be an account manager. As the account manager, I was tasked with hiring, training people in sales, something I didn't know how to do. And I was also tasked with looking over the sales that we got, helping all of the customers that we did. If somebody had a problem with one of my employees, I would call them. I would be like, "Hello, Miss or Mr. X. I understand that my associate had told you about our program. I'm just wondering, how are you getting on now that you have it?" And they would be like, "Oh, I hate the service. I can't believe that you guys told me this, this, and this. I'll tell you what, how about we do this for you? We're sorry that this happened." And I would just give them the whole 1-2 about, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. But here, we can..."
See, that's so weird, too, because it's like, I can't imagine you doing that kind of job either.
This is what I did. I'll tell you exactly how I got the position, though. And I tell Steven this every now and again. So we back up. It was as easy as me just showing up in my suit, which I had to hand. Because my dad was a chauffeur, and he thought, you're in a town like Vegas, if you want to do something near the strip, or you're trying to be presentable, this is how you have to do it. Tied my tie. It had an imported Italian tie that my dad gave me.
No clip on.
No clip on. It was really expensive. Like, you would think, God damn, that much for a tie? It's like, well, yeah. I wore that 3-piece suit, walked in there as presentable as I could. "Hello, I'm Armand." I was about to shell out my last name. Don't find me. Don't look at me. Don't email me. No, nothing. "Hello, I'm Armand. I was here about the employment opportunity here." And then this kind lady that I'm still friends with, she had handed me basically my version of my CV. I sat down. I waited for the boss man to come out. Biggest D-bag I've ever met in my life.
Oh, I'm sure.
It was as easy as me walking into his office, shaking his hand, and saying, "So, listen, we need this role filled. That role happened to be an account manager because the previous account manager had left.
I wonder why.
He got in a fight with some of the people that were actually in the account manager groupings. He had gotten in a fight. He felt like he wasn't being defended. He felt whatever. I don't care. I had shook his hand. He took me through the day-to-day of what happens, and traveled up and down Vegas for a full year, and I was just doing that and basically making believe that I knew how to sell something, which was something he thought I knew how to do for whatever reason. I was with it though, because joke's on him. You know, on my CV, it's just clear as day. I was an account manager for a Fortune 500 company. So I got to use that in a myriad of areas since then. But yeah. The point of the story was that I had, at no point when I was manager did I ever feel like I was throwing my weight around.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody was having trouble within my personal group, because the way that you move up in DirecTV is that you need a body count, not dead people, mind you, but you need positions filled. That's the only way you move up, and that's why this guy was hell-bent on just some random dude he had only met for maybe 5 minutes being a manager for a company. So some months go by. I decide I want out. And it was actually after Steven's birthday. I remember Steven had to pick me up from work, and I was with my group at I think we were at Walmart that day, because you might have actually seen some of my associates in your area, because they'll be in either Best Buy or they'll be in Walmart, and they're just trying to tell you, hey man, can you lower your bill for us? Can you do that by joining DirecTV or whatever you got? I remember Steven had to pick me up. I was in a suit, and I'm in the ride with him. It's his birthday. He's driving me from, I think I was in Boulder.
Boulder City.
Yeah. I was in Boulder, and he had picked me up all the way down there, and I'm just, that entire car ride, I'm just thinking, yeah, this ain't right. I'm in a fucking suit, not doing anything I nearly want to do.
Yeah.
Here's my friend's birthday, my best friend, no less, coming all the way down to a part where he doesn't even live at, just to pick me up. Remember, I had partied with him for like half the night, had maybe 4 hours of sleep by the time I had gotten home. All I could do was put on my suit and head back to work because I had to be in the next day.
Jesus Christ.
And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. So the time comes when a check had cleared. I was waiting on it. I had just booked it. I was done. They didn't hear from me.
2 weeks.
Nope. I was done. It was literally after that trip. We had came back to Vegas. I was more, wouldn't say livid, but I wasn't happy about what I had just been a part of there.
Right.
Because it tells me that they don't give a shit. So.
No, I mean, any companies in general, not even big ones, they do not respect you as an employee. It's like with my friend I was mentioning earlier that was having, an issue and he needed somebody to talk to. It's like, if you don't care about, me being concerned about somebody and their, mental health, what reason do I, like, you think this in the back of your head, but you never really see it happen. So it's like, for me to see it happen where it's like they could care less about my well-being, truly.
Yeah,
So it's just like to see that, and like I'm grateful for the fact that, I didn't want to lie to my boss, and so I told him that I had talked to my friend and tried to help him out. It's like I'm grateful for how things went, and like, you know, all these sort of things. I'm not saying like, oh, it's by God's will, but it's like they happen for a reason. All these little just coincidences and, you know, things that just spur forward a movement. So it's like it spurred me forward to finally be like, yeah, fuck that. No, I need to get out of this. There wasn't, my plan wasn't even to be at that job for so long. Like I had a 10-year plan. Within 10 years, I would be a full-time streamer, or I guess I would just work that job for the next 40 years, which that doesn't sound attractive at all, does it?
Not really.
Being a 23-year-old, yeah, let me work this job for basically the next 42 years, and then retire and get my pension. Like, yeah, that sounds great. And then I'll have my whole rest of my life to do whatever I want at 65.
Sorry, I wanted to steer this. There's a moral to all this, I swear. The I was waiting on that check to clear. When the check had cleared, and the reason why I just left without no warning was because the next job opportunity had called me back. That job opportunity was Tommy Hilfiger. And the only reason I had gotten... Sorry?
Who?
Tommy Hilfiger.
Who?
Clothing brand.
Oh.
The only reason I had gotten that job was Air, my betrothed.
Basically.
My
the betrothed that I never hear about.
My rock. My right battle axe.
Okay, well that's better.
The she does fashion design at university.
Oh, I didn't know that. Then again, I don't really know anything about her.
I am so
Hey, Air. Let's meet. Let me say hi.
I am so deeply proud. I had gotten that just to kind of impress, but also I just didn't want anything to do with DirecTV. I was mentally drained. I had no time to do anything. My D-bag of a boss, he was like, work over everything, and I'm just like, dude, how the fuck do you live that way? And for all the shit that I'd give somebody like John McAfee, at least he had at one point in whatever that head of his is, that you spend so much time doing something that you don't want to do for no gain.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can obviously change that if that's what you desire, but you have to actually steer yourself in that direction.
Yeah.
I had gotten my job at Tommy Hilfiger. I was placed. I was hired almost immediately, partly due to, again, I was the only one. It was like a group session. I was the only one in that group that had actually got hired. And the only reason, I honestly think this to this day, that I just wore a suit. I was very cordial about what I said. Everybody else was kind of just in whatever. And I'm just like, man, this is my generation now. Like, holy fuck.
You know what? I can actually agree with that, because when I first went in to be hired by the subcontractor who essentially applied substitute, custodians for people who were off from the district that I now work in, I was the only one in like nice dress pants, nice shoes, a nice button-up shirt, nothing else because I do not own a suit. And it's like everybody else was just like in casual clothing, and like there was this one guy, like I had been sitting there for a good while, and like I'm pretty sure I was one of the first people in that little office. Like it was one of those buildings where it's like there's multiple businesses housed within. If you know what I mean?
Yeah. What do they call those?
I don't know.
They're not townhomes, but they're something similar.
I honestly don't know. That's aside from the point. But
No,
this
let's
guy
figure
had.
this out, Mala.
You type it in while I continue the story.
No, because people will hear the noises. Just go ahead. Whatever. You don't care.
And don't you? Next thing you know, you're gonna change your profile picture all black.
It is all
Don't
black.
bother me. Cut my life in 2 pieces. This is my last resort.
My profile picture isn't all black.
No, all black.
Aside from a tint of green.
No, all black. Just a black circle.
Why would I do that? Finish your
Because-
goddamn story, because I'm about to go off the rails too. I'm trying to put there's a moral to all of this.
Anyway, but yeah, some guy, he comes in basketball shorts, and he knows like one of the main guys there who's like partially doing the interviews, and like he fucking got in ahead of me. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? I was here first, you prick. You come in basketball shorts looking for a job, because I guess they contracted for several different places, and it's like, it's just like, come on, really? It's like he's wearing basketball shorts and a loose fucking shirt. I'm sitting here with my paper and my nice shoes and no suit, because I do not own a suit. So it's like, I totally get that. Our generation, or like even a couple years ahead, just like lackadaisical.
It's gonna be crazy. But it's the check from DirecTV cleared. It's a big bonus at the end of my year, since it was my first year there. I basically cleared it. Your boy was living like Prince Philip for a bit. I had after that check had cleared, because I was going to quit regardless of the outcome. Because I'm like, okay, this check is here. I can live off this for a bit, whatever. I'm not doing this any further though. It's not worth it. It's too much stress for a 21-year-old. I'm not gonna put myself.
You had
through this.
moved out?
No, my dad was still living with me. It was just we were both basically rooming it though. So it was like, I have to put up
okay.
something. He has to put up something.
All right.
And the check had cleared. I was gonna just live off this check for a bit while I look for something, or at least just focus on school, and that's all I was gonna do. I had gotten a phone call from that very day, and back then I wasn't allowed to actually do direct deposit for whatever reason. It was something super dumb. So when I got the check, I had picked it up. Everything was fine. I wasn't working that day. It was my day off, but you can show up if you want. But I was just there to pick up my check, and I was just making believe like, oh, everything's fine. All right, see you guys Monday. Little did they know that was the last time they would ever see me.
You went missing.
That following day, I'd gotten a call as I was trying to cash the check, and they were like, Mr. We had, I'm pretty sure a lot of people know my last name by now, but still.
I don't.
I
mean, I know we're friends on Facebook, but I don't remember it actively.
It's actually on my Steam if you can find me. Anyway, we have.
That was me typing.
I bet I just got off this roller coaster again. This one had a twist, and I just wasn't prepared. We have an exciting job opportunity that is actually open. Nothing for what I applied for. So I was actually trying to be a manager, and I figured my credentials would carry over.
Okay.
They had me on the floor as sales until I had complained to somebody. I was like, all right, listen, you're not going to pull it. Like at the time I was just living on the high that, hey man, I don't really need this at the moment. So if you guys play ball with me, I'll play ball, but don't don't try to jerk me around,
Yeah.
because I know my worth. I had sat down with the store manager there. I'm like, hey man, you don't know me. I've only been here for 3 days now. Two of that was for training. I did not apply to be anywhere on the floor. And it was like, okay, so what do you want us to do? Because he immediately liked me after that, because nobody had really talked to him like that before. But I had told him, I'm like, yeah, so I was hoping that I would get the position that I applied for. And that's how I said it. I was just stone faced about it. And he was like, oh, well, somebody had already taken the position. We thought they were going to turn it down, and they're here. And I was good friends with him for a bit until he decided to quit, so it was null and void anyway. But they had put me as the stock lead, and I was like, okay, that's at least something. 'Cause if anything, I can move on. I wasn't planning on being there that long anyway, but I had turned stock lead, which everybody in that store wanted me to be a lead at some point. After a week, so I had worked the week. I had just learned basically the people that are around, what they do. And I was well liked enough. I'm a lead for the majority of the time there. The problem with me being a lead, though, is that they were paying me nowhere near the amount that you should. They had dicked me around. It was part-time, which is not something you want at a department store.
Yeah.
Where hours are competitive and it's a revolving door where people are getting hired left and right. By the time you learn somebody's face, there's a new one that took his place. The objective reality was I didn't want to be there very long. I learned the people that would stay there that were actually committed because they were school kids like me. They had school. They had to do it. At the time, I was still being a prospect to actually going to campus at UNLV. I ended up doing online courses because that was just more convenient. During this this time here, though, there were a few people that would end up actually becoming a lead. One of these people had a major like shift in her personality. We were good friends up until that point, but then she ended up becoming a lead. I've been a lead the majority of the time I've been there. She becomes a lead for like about a day, and there's just a paradigm shift where she is not the same person. And it was crazy to see how she was talking to some people. I remember she was trying to scold me one day. Sorry, but she was trying to scold me one day because we didn't have enough people to fill. So I was on register. This is something I'm not even supposed to be doing because I'm the stock lead. I'm just in the back minding my own business.
Right.
She scolds me because I had the guy was trying to talk to her. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what happened. I was trying to talk to her about something, and I remember I got done. I was about to go on lunch, and I had got done with my last transaction. I was getting out the register, minding my own business. She pulls me aside, like literally, like I was so taken aback. So I'm like, who in the fuck? And then I turn around and it's just her. I'm like, oh, what's up? And she was like, hey, I have to talk to you. So, do you think that's appropriate to be talking to me? I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. And the only reason I started changing a little bit was because there were people around and they kind of knew my personality at that point, that I kind of just joke about everything. But at that point, I was like, hold on. So she's talking to me about this, like, do you think that's appropriate? And I'm like, you're talking to me right now?
Well, like, what were you saying?
I was just asking her, like, it wasn't anything wrong, but it wasn't really anything. I was just talking to her like, oh, how's school going?
Yeah.
And that caused her to basically change. And I'm like, yeah, so let me get this straight. you're pulling me aside, and she pulled me aside from her register, so we're basically on the floor right now. People are looking at us. Like, you're cutting into my time right now
Yeah.
to try to scold me about this, and I didn't. At this point, I was almost I was like 1 foot out the door already.
Yeah.
But it was crazy, and that's the only thing I really wanted to bring up, is that with some people, they just like the fact that they have the power to do something, and it's
Oh no, absolutely.
once you give somebody that role or stature, a whole thing can change, and they just like the fact that they can step on somebody, and it's just like
Yeah, totally.
you wonder why people want to find work on their own accord, or they're their own person, and why people want to just do something that is non-traditional.
Like I currently have, for my first building that I clean, a temporary head custodian, which it's essentially the guy who kind of like, he runs the building in the morning whenever the kids are there, and then, you know, he kind of keeps an eye on everything otherwise, that, you know, all the other custodians are doing the work in the evening. But we had gotten a new one recently, and he had to be off then immediately for like a couple of months because of a shoulder or something. So this one who was originally at that building as a custodian decides to fill in for that position, and he was awarded that position to fill in for. He just went from being a fairly nice guy, but kind of serious whenever I had first met him. He was one of the first people I met when I started my current job. To now he's like, and if you don't do this the right way, we can bring it up with admin. And it's like, what the fuck happened to you? It's like, don't act so goddamn big and mighty because you're a goddamn temporary head custodian. It's like, you're gonna go back to your tiny dopey position as a plain old custodian before long. And even then, just the positions aren't even that much different. You're still fucking cleaning.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing.
No, ain't no man got to have all that power.
I remember I made it a
That's what they
point.
said.
I made it a point to be as extra as I could with her towards the end of my time there, because like she was still gonna be working there, but I'm like, all right, after that little outburst, I'm just not even gonna deal with you. She was like
Right.
really mean to one of my friends, and she's a sweetheart. She doesn't do anything. Literally quit after that encounter with her. So I was like, all right, well, if she's quitting, I guess I'll just this is what happens. If you I remember I had said this like so stone face, and like she had like super changed after that. But I remember one of these occurrences where she was trying to butt heads for some reason, and I had told her just like plainly, like, so who do you think you're talking to currently? And she like kind of just let it go, and I basically just gave her, you know, my look. I'm just like,
Do you know me?
I'm just like, okay, so who do you currently think you're talking to? And she just stopped completely. She had walked away, and I was like, all right, well, that worked out better than expected. It wasn't until I had gotten a talking to by one of the managers I was friends with, and she was like, so what did you say to her? And I was like, what did you hear? And she but that's how I basically got out of any situation there. It's like, if you can make her laugh or make anybody laugh, and they're basically golden. But I was like, what did you hear? And she was like, well, you had said something very rude to her. And I was like, let me hear it. And it was basically along the lines of, who are you talking to? And I'm like, yeah, I said that.
No, actually, I had said, do you know who you're talking to?
And
Misquoted. She's wrong.
She you make fun of my laugh.
No, I was laughing too.
She had laughed about it with me because like she knows the personality shift, and I told her, like I just told her straight up, I'm like, dude, she hasn't been in power that long.
Yeah.
She has this little bit of taste of it. She's in school like me. I have been a lead for the majority of the time that I've been here. I have not once talking to anybody out of line. She's in power for barely a moment, just talking to people however she wants. Nobody sees a problem with it all of a sudden, unless they pull me aside. And it's like, hey, dude, why is she talking like this?
Yeah.
You act like I know her. We go to uni. That's it. That's the only thing we share in common. So, yeah, I was extra with her for the remainder of my time there. And then unlike DirecTV, I actually gave them my 2 weeks, and I was working at a warehouse for a bit until COVID reared its head.
Yay.
Man,
So what is your goal moving forward then?
the moon, man.
Bruh. But they got red on the moon. I seen it.
It's gonna be mine.
But then the DLC was like, no. You gotta purchase the DLC. The woman, she said this. The woman on the moon, she told me you gotta purchase the DLC.
I want to get Hell Jumpers where I needed it to be. Pieces are falling where they have to, but it's just keeping the train of thought of where I need to be. Being the arrow, just flying towards where you have to go. As cringy as that sounds, but that's what it is. It's just make sure you have an understanding, make sure you have a target, and life will put you on that path. Eventually, do something with reviews. That's where I want it to be by the end of this year. It's just have some reviews in mind. Do some more content creation just in general.
To what kind of form of like reviews?
Tech review,
like-
gaming in general.
Okay. Would they be silly?
Not as silly as I make it on Drop Pod, sure.
Silly Billy.
But just something that where by the end of the year, I'm gonna be completely within my own control. That's the objective reality. That's where I need to be.
Yeah, good for you.
And that's about it. No jumpers where they need to be, and just my own dude.
Mm-hmm. Well, best of luck to both of us.
Cheers, man.
Cheers, bro. I already got any water in my mug.
3 episodes in, anniversary, man. Let's go. I was thinking for the 10th episode. You wouldn't want to do this. I want to do it though.
Why? You know me so well. What?
I don't think you could.
What is it?
There's no way you would. And because you have said this on a previous episode.
So anyway, so the rest of my week comprised of, you gonna tell me?
Well, that was the point until you cut me off. But I was thinking 10th episode. Little spicy challenge. Do it live show.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Have some hot things. Because I had a plan for this. I was telling Zombies and Mag, members in the Hell Jumpers, join us. Get you one in the description. I had bought some hot candies, and I was going to head to the store and buy some perishables, jalapenos, and other things. But I was going to do this once I had reached a milestone on Twitch. But Drop Pod will reach its 10th at some point. Some point soon in a theater near you.
It's like 7 weeks.
Oh yeah. So
It's like
right
2.5
now I'm
months.
going to etch in my notepad little tally marks each time the end is near.
Yeah, I don't like spicy stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. As an Italian, did I tell you about this? I know I told Michael about this, but this is what we get down to. We will slice up tomatoes. We will throw some cayenne pepper or some intense jalapeno seasoning inside of like a bag. And what you do is you throw all the slices in the bag and you just start shaking it like it owes you money. And
yeah, I feel like it was in that call.
And that's a snack. That's what we do.
Yeah. To which I think I replied, I cannot eat a whole tomato without anything else.
Oh man, I love me tomatoes.
I wish I liked tomatoes more, but it's just, I thought they would be sweeter. I guess they have a certain taste to them. It's like I can eat them like fine enough on a sandwich. They aren't my favorite, but like when it just comes to take a bite into a tomato, it's like no.
Here's something else we do. This is a remedy that got passed down in my family, but
from generation to generation.
We crush garlic cloves and we will swallow them whole.
Yeah, see, I thought that was where that was going. No.
Oh yeah.
Garlic cloves are fine in a thing, but not on their own. It's like people who take a fucking whole onion and then just bite it. It's like, what is wrong with you?
Well, they now sell garlic in pill form. That way you don't have to crush the cloves. But it's good for just clearing you out in general. And I take it for when I don't have any lozenges, or I guess cough drops. But if you're like that down in your luck and you need something to calm down a cough, a little garlic clove.
See, when you said clearing you out, I thought like
get you one.
Not like an enema, but
oh no.
Well, enema, but that's the whole point.
But there's other benefits that I want to get into because it's holistic at the end of the day. But are your folks like that?
How's that?
Well, my family's Sicilian, so we have like a lot of basically
tradition?
Like, yeah, there's a lot of
no, not at all.
There's a lot of like superstitions and things that Sicilian people believe. Like my grandmother is Sicilian, she has like this intuition, like she just, if something happens, she's like, oh well, I dreamt about this in a dream in the goddamn 1850s.
I think you had mentioned that last time.
Yeah, but it's some stuff.
No, my family doesn't really have any traditions, and my mom and my dad are split up, so it's like any that were there's not really there now. No, I mean, my mom is superstitious. Like, she can't set her purse on the floor, period, because that's bad luck. And she likes to keep, in some windowsills, she likes to put a penny on a windowsill. And then she refuses to pick up any coin that is facing on tails upwards. Which I've always thought was just, it's a coin. You pick it up. Doesn't mean it's cursed.
I was thinking about, like, how does that work for, like, football referees? Like, oh, I'm so fucked if this lands on tails, dude.
Well, my mom can never be a football referee.
What do you pick? Heads or tails? Oh, please don't pick tails, you dumb fuck. And it lands on tails anyway, and you're like, Somebody pick that up for me.
I pick the side. Like the very side of it.
That happened recently, you know. The coin had landed on its side during a toss during a Super Bowl game.
Should have said the side. You win the game automatically.
The opposing team has to go home immediately.
Yep. Probably for the best.
Maybe.
In the current climate.
I wanted to mention briefly earlier. I mean, this was like an hour 40 into the show, but with Destiny, well, I said I wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
With Destiny and Reddit, I there's you have to be careful of what you read.
If I can interject real quick, I wanted to make the joke earlier saying that, like, oh yeah, he brings up his Reddit karma like every day. He tells me about this Reddit post and how it got to the front of the page. He got all this fucking karma. I can't help but not make the joke because this is now the second time you brought that up in the course of 3 hours.
Well, it was the only post I made. I don't think I brought it up that much, so.
No, you really don't. But it's like I've heard it before.
But I had made this with the intent of almost like a time capsule in a way where, all right, if you guys are gonna say that it's not going downhill, if you honest to God believe that, or to whom you ever believe, prove me wrong. We are now in 2021. Things are worse for the game. The things and actions that have taken place in the game are just they didn't implement in the way that we all thought they were going to be implemented, such as the act of sunsetting.
I think you mean sundowning.
No, sunsetting, where I mentioned previously that power creep is a problem in RPGs. Your character at some point will get way too powerful.
Yeah.
And when this occurs, you start feeling less powerful. Things, especially in terms of a live service game, say WoW. Your character is geared up before the next expansion releases. You fought the big bad dragon, and you had gotten the rarest weapon that you possibly could have off this dragon. The next expansion rolls around and you're getting one tapped by a fucking small ass enemy. So it's like, okay, so where did my gear go?
Or it's like Pikachu in the show in Pokemon. It's like, how comes Pikachu just sometimes loses? Should be like level 1000.
Is that how that works?
It's true. Why the fuck you losing, Pikachu? Who de-leveled you?
But it's an issue. You're gonna face this, especially in a game where it is a live service. And I bring this up because I hate this style of game to a T. To me, it doesn't work. I haven't seen an
games
instance.
As a service.
Games as a service, yes, but I haven't seen a single instance of. And let me rephrase: a single instance of which that I have played. I have not seen this method work. Division 2, nobody talks about it anymore. Anthem went tits up almost immediately. Destiny 2 started bad in year 1. People liked it because, oh, look at this, Destiny, and it's finally on PC. So a lot of newer players came in just sipping on the Kool-Aid, myself included, thinking, oh, this game is amazing, it can do no wrong. And then you start seeing the cracks. World of Warcraft had this problem during Battle for Azeroth BFA. I have not seen a single instance where a live service game has astounded me to any degree. Warframe had its stint where I was like, oh, this is cool, but then you realize, oh man, look at all this grind. The gunplay is fun, and all this other flippy nonsense that you do within the game. It's pretty cool, but it's like everything's a grind and you're just waiting for the inevitable time where new stuff gets added and I have to grind for the new stuff and whatever.
Well, see, you're forgetting the very crucial part here of games as a service is the part in which the company can shut down the servers and not allow you to play whenever they fucking feel like it.
That is a huge issue, and that's why I thought for a time, and this is why I vehemently defend shoutouts to GOG, but this is why I defend them to a T. Because I had brought up a while back, I was like,
T
okay.
being Tencent?
Sorry?
You said defend GOG to a T, T being Tencent, because I talked about them earlier with when it came to devotion in Red Candle games.
Sorry, I was on one of those slingshot rides for a moment where it just shoots you directly up into the sky and then you just fall back down, and apparently that's fun to some folk. But I just got off that ride. I had defended GOG to a point where it was like, okay, so what happens if Steam goes? Where do you think your games go? Because you don't own those games, you own the license to the game.
Yeah.
So what happens if Steam all of a sudden says, yeah, we're just not doing this no more? Valve as a corporation is now a train company. We specialize in trains. So what happens to everything that you built up in the past, however many years you had your account? What happens to all that?
Yeah.
And for some reason, people defend it, and it's like, oh, it's going to be fine. Everything's going to be okay. Well, it's not. What happens if it all goes? At least with
Sure.
GOG, you're going to have those copies to hand.
Granted, of course. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with DRM.
Oh, no. Not... Well, it depends.
Which, could you define DRM for those that do not know? Because I forget at times.
DRM is a form of... It's like a right or a deed. I sell you Crackdown 2. You own a license to play Crackdown 2. If I see you remotely use or play this game anywhere else, I can sue if I wanted to. You're using my media elsewhere and I didn't tell you to because I have a license saying that you agreed to play it on this service. But DRM in terms of GOG is there is none. If you want to share your game, you can share your game. If for whatever reason the platform were to shut down, at least you would have the game if it were installed or you still have the installer.
Yeah, the major thing is just it doesn't require an internet connection in order to run your game.
In the event, there was a time where we thought, man, DRM is about to get really bad. See, for instance, Evolve. Gone. Certainly forgotten. If Evolve got to do what they got to do and would have lasted, there would be a different time in gaming. It's already going downhill with the way that people can monetize their services. But if people actually drank the Kool-Aid enough and sat with Evolve for a while and said, yeah, this is actually not bad. Yeah, I like getting jerked around like this.
It was technically Flavor Aid.
Listen.
It wasn't Kool-Aid. When they say don't drink the Kool-Aid, it was actually Flavor Aid.
Is it because I'm black?
No, I'm talking about Jonestown. That's where that reference comes from. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. It was Flavor Aid.
Is it because I'm black? Is that why we can't have Kool-Aid?
That's why, as a white person, I'm not allowed to have the orange Kool-Aid, otherwise known as Purple Drink. That's why. This is why we can't have nice things.
I can only use that card so many times, I'm sorry. But
It's fine. So long as I get to use the card, I have a black friend.
the voice
Who
doesn't...
the fuck cares? Who cares?
The voice never matches the face, though. I remember somebody had this idea of me in their head. It was like, I just expect some like really pasty, like pale white dude that just like wears like super like black clothing. I mean, they were right on one front, but
You know, there's only ever been one person who I'm like, oh, I think this is what they sound like. Like definitively, I was like, yes, I think this is what they look like. Which it's Donkey, and I'm sure you can see where this is leading.
is it
But
because I'm black?
I thought, and he was not. He definitely was not.
I didn't think he was black.
Because you're black.
You
What
know,
were you saying before you pulled that fucking card, you dickhead?
well, forget it. GOG's good. Forget it.
Ish.
What do you not like about GOG? That it's not Steam?
10 cent.
And they own everything
That's it.
else. Enjoy the
That's
ride.
it. Yeah, that's it.
Strap yourself in, buckaroo. This is that spinny ride that just spins around and you have the instructor telling you to hold on to something while it's spinning around at Mach 8. And all you can do is hold on to something because you can't move anywhere else.
Is that the one where it's like the Musical Express or whatever, and it whips?
It twirls around and you're in like this little like cocoon basically. And it's like spinning around while it's spinning you around. And then you get off
Yeah.
and you're all dizzy.
Yeah, I like the Musical Express. That doesn't really whip. It's more so a constant. It's a constant. You're pressed up against the side of the cart, and then the person to the right of you is just fucking crushing you.
Oh yeah.
So ride with the fattest person you know.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, in regards to games as a service, though, I'd like to direct you and our audience towards one of my favorite creators, who I may possibly be editing for in the future. Keep an eye out for that. Accursed Farms, Ross Scott. He did Freeman's Mind. He has a video titled "Games as a Service Are Fraud," or is fraud. It's about like what is it, like 54 minutes or so. Very, very much worth the hour and 15. Very much worth the watch. It just kind of goes into what the issues are behind, games as a service, and just what games as a service actually means. Because he's
I had watched that long ago, yeah.
Oh, okay. But yeah, he is like totally concerned with games just being either unplayable on like modern hardware, and games dying out completely just because like a company is like they just sit on it.
That's one of my biggest qualms, and that's what I got from his video. It's like, so what happens if the company just decides that this is not what it is, or they get foreclosed on, or whatever happens, where this game is no longer operable? What happens to that purchase you made?
Yeah.
And it's just,
I mean, there are good ways to go about having an end of life plan. Or like you can transform it into something else, like Final Fantasy XIV before A Realm Reborn. That game was a fucking dumpster fire and did not run well. Well, they added an in-game event. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. They added an in-game event at the very end, which was like, I think it was the Calamity, in which a giant, massive fucking meteor would just destroy literally everything. And when that happened, and you could see it happen in game, and then which everybody got played a cutscene, the game fucking just ended and it closed, and then they worked on A Realm Reborn, and that's what we have for current day Final Fantasy XIV. That was their
better
first
for it now.
thing. Oh, absolutely, and that's something I can absolutely respect about Final Fantasy XIV. It's like, I don't play MMOs. I don't even like Final Fantasy all that much, but it's like I love the world that the online game has built. It's like it's very unique for what it did, I feel. and it's like it didn't turn into a complete, piece of shit or like lose its way. Really, it's like from what I've heard, they've maintained like very, very consistent patches. Like the community doesn't really have all that much to complain about ever, aside from maybe like a lack of content eventually. But it's like even then, that's like hundreds of hours worth of shit to do. And they're still doing new collabs like every couple of months. So
Yeah, they had a tie-in with Assassin's Creed Origin at one point.
yeah, they've had it tie-ins with so many things. Final Fantasy 15, Nier Automata, Monster Hunter, lots.
Oh, so this will tie into it, but I wanted to mention that Halo CE, GameSpy had shut down their servers, and that was the only way you were going to play Halo CE online on
Yeah.
Windows.
Yeah.
What ended up happening is through GOG, you can actually play the game on its servers. Same thing with SWAT 4. GameSpy is no longer a thing, so the only way to conceivably play this game online is if you had basically a LAN server that you could run, or there is a community operated server. But with GOG, it just operates it. And so it's cool to see all of these games that existed back in the day just suddenly be a thing. And I think that would be something cool, is if you let the community at least just take over the reins. If your game is a live service.
Yeah, I think it depends, but there definitely usually will be somebody to, want to uphold it, I suppose.
Battlefield 3 has the community running servers. Because the EA doesn't officially host servers for the game anymore. So the only way to get a server is by owning one on the
It's
old
not that old, is it?
Battlefield 3?
Battlefield 3. 2011. Okay, I guess it is.
Jesus Christ. Your perception of time is it's staggering. I feel like
It's very I don't remember much.
Xbox 360 isn't retro, you dumb fuck.
I said PS2 was in like original Xbox. I didn't think we fucking got up that far to 360 being retro and PS3. It's like I just heard of this guy going into his 40s, Marcus Epic Name Bro. He was talking about that it's technically a retro console, the PS2 and Xbox, and that blew his mind. And it's like, nowhere in the conversation did 360 and PS3 come up as being retro. That's why it surprised me to hear that.
Well, it's just I brought it up because you were like, okay, well, PS2 is retro. Well, did you know that Xbox 360 is retro now? And everything that was within that generation family.
It's like it makes sense as of now. It's just weird to think about.
Hell no. Passing of time.
Yeah. Huh?
Listen.
No. I'm done
Curb
listening.
your expectations. You'll never be disappointed.
Sure.
Hell yeah. All right, man. Well, I mean, if there's absolutely nothing else.
Well, I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying that if there's absolutely nothing else.
Well, yeah. There's one other thing.
I mean, we talked about the weekend. That's what this podcast, that's what this title was going to be. How was your weekend?
It wasn't even the weekend.
How was your week?
It's
Sorry.
week.
How was
go.
it?
It's like,
How was your hour?
It's Saturday.
How was your evening?
I got a pizza.
Oh. What'd you have on it?
Usual. I get barbecue chicken pizza with extra barbecue sauce on it and extra onion, red onion,
some spaghetti, a little
Nice.
Olive oil,
Wow.
Italian sausage, chopped up, some ground beef as inside of the sauce. Ooh.
Well,
Getting
look,
half a stiffy thinking about it, but go on.
I just wanted to say I also played Monster Hunter, the Monster Hunter Rise demo, this past week, and I started being like, not gonna, I'm not gonna play that all that much. And no, I played that like for nearly a good quarter of the day today. Because I made longsword, which is just a big katana. But in the past game, World and Iceborne, I started using what's called the hunting horn, which is basically if you took a didgeridoo and then you just fucking beat somebody over the head with it while you were playing music. And that's why it's the best weapon in the game. And it's like, if you deny that, no, you're wrong, because it buffs you, it buffs your teammates, and it's also the best weapon in the game. And that's coming from somebody who's played one weapon basically since nearly the first game of Monster Hunter. But no, hunting horn is very fun in Rise. Rise is very fun so far. Good demo, fun demo. Lasts a month. Get you a Switch. Get you one.
Get you one. Nintendo, get back to us. How many sales we got on Nintendo right now? Maybe half. Maybe somebody's thinking about it right now. That might actually give me one. Yeah. Yeah, people on the internet I only know by happenstance.
Free Melee. Free Melee.
Free Melee.
Free Melee.
You dumb fucks.
Free
What's wrong with
Melee.
you? Let people do what they need to do.
I mean, the Melee community, isn't great, but free Melee.
Free Melee. I also think the Melee community could possibly do with a few showers here and there, but we all do.
God damn it! God damn it! You fucking beat me to it!
He said a bad word.
Damn.
I'm telling.
Gosh darn it. Cheese and rice.
That'll learn you.
Sweet honey iced tea. I was reminded of that little ditty today. Sweet honey iced tea.
That little lady friend of mine that worked at Hillfigure with me where I went. So do you know who you're currently talking to? I had she would always say, "Oh my Lanta," because she didn't want to say God.
I'm sorry, what would she say?
Oh my Lanta.
Oh my Lanta?
Mm-hmm.
What does that even mean?
Don't know.
Oh my Lanta?
Oh my Lanta. Oh my God. Oh my Lanta.
This is why this bitch needed to be put in her fucking place. What a fucking moron. You should have confronted her sooner before she gained power. Became a corrupt god. Sorry, a corrupt Lanta. Some fucking people. Can you believe it? Oh my Lanta.
I guess that's a good topic. Here, we're going to rapid fire this one. Give me 3 things that you get unreasonably upset about.
People touching my things and slightly moving it because I have sometimes major OCD and I can't help it. Thinking about any of my bosses. And people being disrespectful towards sanitation or cleaners. Off the top of my head.
They make dough, by the way. While you're making
What's that?
fun of them. Most people in sanitation, especially if they are working under government.
Oh sure. Well, I mean, if we're talking sanitation in regards to trash, oh fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah, they don't get enough respect.
No.
Like I always, if I ever see the trash man, which I'm pretty cool with the guy that's actually comes up our street, but I'll always wave to him every time I'm out just getting the mail. It's like they don't get enough respect.
When do you or when does your garbage get picked up?
Every Wednesday morning.
Yeah, see, too early for me getting the mail. I have my own mailbox, and like I don't even get it every day. Just like,
I just do it so I don't have to worry about it later.
I get junk mail,
and it's worth not having your folks run out there and try to get it. It's like I just like.
Well, that's different since you're living with people, but it's like I don't fucking care. It's junk mail that I put into a pile or throw away depending on the contents, and then soon enough, that massive pile of junk mail and ads gets taken up to the workshop I used to work at, right in my driveway. And I'm like, here you go. You can use this as packaging. The stack has gotten so big, I need to fucking give it to them soon. But it's like I have not cared or forgotten. They just haven't had much of an opportunity. What are your 3 things that make you inconceivably mad?
Well, unreasonably upset.
Sure.
I hate it when somebody says, I don't know, when they had already said the very thing that apparently they didn't know. I don't know why this makes me upset, but it's like, okay, so you went through this entire sentence, and then at the end, you're just going to say...
Did you literally just say... Did you just do what you just said you hated?
Well, that was as an example.
No. You said, I don't know why.
Oh, well, no, that right there is, like, I don't know why that occurs. Like, you said the entire thing that you wanted to say. You said your piece. It's okay to say, I don't know, but you already said something in regards to the conversation, so why did you say, I don't know after?
See, I thought you were alluding to the fact that it made you mad.
It does. It makes me unreasonably upset.
And you were like, I don't know why it makes me mad.
But it's... Mel.
I almost got you.
I am so reserved.
Hurry up, rapid fire.
Fine. Do the dance monkey. I get it. It's because I'm black.
You told me to!
Whatever. I hate how people disrespect spiders. I hate how spiders are generally hated creatures. A lot of spiders are actually really good for the environment.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I understand if it's something like a black widow or even a huntsman, you don't want those fuckers around, but I try my best to not kill any critters that just happen by the house, unless it's something that you like actually need to kill before it becomes a problem. Like if you ever see a trail of ants, you need to make sure you find the source and quickly deal with it before they get back to wherever they go.
My response to insects is, unless they're majorly in the way, or they're in front of my face, or they're in front of my screens or on my desk, it's like, all right, you're signing your death warrant. Third one.
I don't like how people use the word try. And I think that's a huge issue if you're trying to self-improve. Try implies, and I told Michael about this, and he kind of just scoffed, like, okay, dude. But try implies that you are just giving it an attempt, which implies that I'm not actually going to go through with whatever
You're not
I
giving
had.
it your all.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You're 1 foot out the door when you should be 2 feet in.
Yeah.
So I wish people would just go, instead of saying, I'm going to try to go to the gym today, just do it. Because now you've already entertained doubt. And the moment that you do that, you just lose all focus or interest in whatever you're attempting to do. So if people could just somehow wean themselves off of try, I think a lot of people in their own personal lives would be a lot better off for it. So that's
just replace it. Just say, I'll make an effort.
No, don't even do that. Just literally say what you mean.
Now, if only we could face out literally. If only we could phase it out.
I understand that one, and I do this to a T, like all the time.
It's not even the literal definition anymore.
I think that one of the biggest issues was that one boy that we had for a long time, Leafy. He kind of made the term just a shell of its former self.
I don't think that would have translated to every fucking person. This one dumbass.
Well, in our, I almost said our realm, our existence, in our, time where we're on the internet, and you're hearing this fuckbag say literally to everything, and you're just like, somebody.
Okay, but what if you don't go on the internet? You've never watched his content.
I'm sure that would just get translated. Enough things get spread around to the point where it's just like, what are you doing? And then that gets spread around somehow. And word of mouth is just a hell of a thing sometimes. So it's like, why do we say this? Well,
for the longest time, I had heard that for people saying like that came from like the Valley Girls, which it's like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so, because like other languages, they have like certain ahs or ums, like I'll insert my weebdom here. In Japan, for example, instead of ah and which I mean they can say that, but instead they say ano, or they say eto is their ahs and ums they usually use. So it's like, no, I feel like I feel like that didn't necessarily come from Valley Girls. I think that's kind of over exaggerating your content and trying to make it more important than it actually is. It's fucking Valley Girls.
well, that's the fourth thing. I almost said the first.
Valley Girls?
Yeah. God damn it.
The person or the thing?
The idea. It's dangerous.
Don't live in a valley. It's dangerous thinking.
But it's just strange. If a word becomes overused, let's say oversaturated, like what happened with the word simp? People overused it to the point where it's cringe. And what happened to the word cringe? Cringe doesn't even mean what it originally meant. No. It is now slang. So it's strange how language just kind of evolves in that sense. It's like, okay, so does something just get phased out because it's overused, or because it loses meaning?
I'd say it kind of runs like a fad. Though I don't think simp necessarily is simp cringe.
I cringe every time I hear somebody use it in just whatever manner they're trying to use it in. Even if I use it, I'm just like, damn, I said that. Like, come on.
And now everybody will hear you say simp for the rest of eternity, as long as the internet persists.
What was the female version of simp?
Thought? No.
Yeah, that. Yeah. Well, I mean, not simp-esque, but just like what was like the counter to that? What would you call a lady that's just like not really a lady? But I guess, yeah, you would say thought. And it's like every time I hear that, I'm like, because
lady is not really a lady. Oh, that'd be my wife.
Zing.
Gold digger.
Well, thought used to be like more of like street slang. Like you would walk up and somebody would tell you like, oh man, she's just a thought. Like, I'd mess with that for a bit. Now she's just a thought.
Well, simp is derived from the fact that, they're a simpleton. So it's like, oh, they're pining over this person giving them all the monies that they have. They're donating to e-girls. They're simping. So it's like whatever the reverse of that is. But I mean, would it necessarily be a separate term? Wouldn't it just be simp? Or is that like only denoted towards men?
Yes.
These are the real questions.
Well, that's what I think, is that it only applies to men. I mean, women have used it, obviously. It's like, oh, I'm going to simp for this lady, even though, whatever. But
We women live in a man's world.
this world's gone to dogs, and I can prove it.
All men are pigs.
Get back to us, ladies. Sponsor us.
I like laughing at that one. My coworker will say it jokingly, and I'm like, yeah, I agree. All men are pigs.
Crazy,
Words are fun.
man. Yeah. Did you just crack your knuckle?
Ooh, multiple times. This is now the second time in this podcast.
Minona got very mad at me. I cracked my knuckles during Christmas dinner. She was like, "Why do you do that?"
Why don't you? I had an ex, her mother, actually, like, she got mad.
Sorry, I'm adjusting my mic a little bit. My bad.
Yeah, now's the time. She got mad
Sitting
or
comfortably.
she hated whenever somebody would crack their knuckles. It's like,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
like, why don't you turn your profile picture fully black?
What?
Edgy emo teen.
I thought you were gonna say something.
No,
Say
no,
it.
it's not
Say
always about you.
Say it.
It's not always about you.
Say it. I want you to say it.
This is a white thing, isn't it? Bitch, you're just mad because I'm beautiful.
You are, you handsome man, you.
I'm a queen.
Hell yeah.
My aunt doesn't understand that. She doesn't think men can be pretty.
You ever had a lady friend just call you pretty just out of the blue? Happened to me once, and I was very, for some reason, I felt like insulted, and I didn't understand
Your
why.
masculinity was in danger. You felt like, oh God, now I have to be a woman.
It's like usually call them handsome, not pretty. So it's like
as a joke. I think I've been called pretty. For example, if you know the board game, Pretty Pretty Princess. That is a board game in which you spin a spinner to then go around a circular board, and then you try to get all the jewelry on you, all the plastic jewelry. Couple rings, necklace, clip-on earrings, and then when you get them all, you get the tiara.
ooh.
Crown. And then you say, I'm the prettiest princess. Or as my one I'll say it here, my one black friend I used to know back in high school, he would say,
They do exist.
quote, yeah, he would say, quote, "It's my wedding day, bitch."
Bravo.
Yeah, no, he was great. He was fucking tall. He was really, really tall. I miss him.
Is it because he's black? And you just don't want me to say something? Yeah.
It's because you're
Yeah.
black. I can't believe you.
Unfortunately.
Hey, you know what? You know what Kanye West said? He said that you had a choice in being a slave. How could you?
But Mallow, my dear, I am no slave. It's so crazy how like just culture works in that, because like I'm mixed, and I remember I was watching. There was an interview with Jordan Peele and Keegan Michael Key of Key and Peele.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking about like what is it like just being like mixed in general, and it was like, well, I mean, a lot of people just up and like randomly ask, and like I agree with this to like a heavy extent, but a lot of people will just come up to you and ask like, what are you? And it's just that's such a weird thing to like ask some like what like I'm human, but it's like like what where
I can't imagine how irritating that must be.
where are you from? And that's like something you hear constantly, and it's like, oh,
What's it fucking to you?
well, I mean, it's like a fair question though. It's like, oh, I'm from here originally. It's just I'm mixed. I'm black and Italian, and like people are like, and then all of a sudden that turns into a conversation that didn't need to be a conversation. But it's just it's weird how that
You know, I'll give you one. Go ahead, ask me where I'm from.
where are you from?
Everywhere. The white man owns all.
Boo.
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 Boo, white man, boo.
No. No.
White man
no.
bad.
None of that here. No. 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 That's vetoed. I'm using my only drop pod veto for that right there. No. Oh, okay. All right. Yes. This podcast is going to go on for, but I think this is going to be our first two-parter. Wouldn't that be neat?
No.
Hell yeah. If this goes on any further, people have to
Don't
listen
you
to
make
this
it
in
two parts.
people have to listen to this in chunks.
No.
Get you your soup full. Come back for more. You want more? You know where to get it.
If you split this into two parts, I will be unreasonably in disagreement.
Okay, so wait, all right, say this podcast goes for 5 hours. Don't say, oh, it won't, because I'm going to cut this off now. If it does, then what? We're just going to have
It's a 5-hour podcast. I've listened to longer.
But that's because you're you, my special little butterfly you. Dear
If you're
listener,
keeping up with a podcast, you're going to listen to the whole fucking thing. Especially if you're
Dear
working.
listener,
What more do you got to do? If you're working during this podcast, you leave a comment on the YouTube video. You let us know.
Dear listener.
And did we get any emails this week?
No, I didn't open up the email.
You let us know.
Oh.
You let us know then that this next coming week, you let us know
Yes.
if you don't mind them being long.
Dear listener, vote or press like on this video if you would like this cut. Hit subscribe if you don't want it cut. That way we know for sure.
And subscribe to Malistrom on Twitch if
subscribe.
you think it should be one part.
10 gift subs to Malistrom. Fuck, what was I? There was something. It was gonna lead to something cool.
I doubt it.
Boo.
Let's see. Last thing I was talking about, saying white man.
Yeah, and I vetoed. So we
The
don't.
white
no,
man
we
can.
No.
Da-da-da-da.
It's awkward though, because as somebody that's mixed, these are just things that you go through for some reason, and it's like it's all right, but it's just so weird.
It shouldn't have to happen.
It's like there's no social norm behind it. It's just, and I understand curiosity, but it's like, holy shit, like there, it's just so weird.
It's like I don't care where you've lived. It's like you tell me you live in Nevada.
Oh,
Yeah,
careful, Mallow. Careful.
That's where you live.
No, you don't say Nevada. People get very mad. People get very upset.
Nevada.
Close enough.
Nevada.
Close enough. You don't understand. This is a battleground state. People get very upset about the pronunciation.
Pronunciation.
No, we're not doing this today, Mallow. We're not.
Is it caramel or is it caramel?
Well, Caramella sounds like a 10. I might have to talk to. Sorry, I don't. Sorry, sorry.
Dude, that cringe, bro. That's very cringe.
It's cringe that you said that.
I say both, just to
Crunch.
please myself. Crunch.
It's very crunch of you, bro.
Also, don't think I didn't notice what you did
Hmm.
for the past 2 podcasts,
Hmm.
where like they're both 3 hours
Hmm.
and like some change exactly.
That was a coincidence.
Now they can't be.
Well, no, I was gonna bring up, hey man, drop pod record. Here comes the 2-parter. But we'll leave it like this. Again, if you want this podcast to be cut, leave a like. And if you don't,
Okay, how would you
that's,
cut it? Would it be like, oh, here's half of it this week and then another half the next week?
no,
Is that how you would do that?
no. I'd probably upload it the next day just to kind of stagger the sods. And that way we don't have a backlog of, we had some stuff.
Mid-conversation. Mid-conversation, you would cut it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. You'd pick the appropriate spot, and then we start talking about something the same day.
Yeah.
What do you think this is? A Let's Play?
Listen, it works out for other podcasters.
I have never seen that in my existence.
I'm not going to do it on our podcast airing time because that's an advertisement and you got to pay up. But after the podcast, I can direct you to exactly the podcasters that do this. And you're going to be like, wow, okay, where do I suck you off at? And I'm going to be like, you are welcome to do it at any point or time. This podcast brought to you by Big League Truckin'. If you want you a trucker's cap that don't fight back, Big League Truckin'.
I fucking hate you.
Get you one.
I hate that you can now just say it. Incompletion. I hate you. Now, anyway, if you're going to say that the parts are like, we're talking about this today, and here's all of our research, and this is the end of part 1, and they, set up a fine conclusion to the episode, and it's like a cliffhanger, that works. If you're going to tell me that it's a good idea to split a podcast that's a concurrent conversation down the middle in half, then, my sir, I will have to disagree with you.
Sir, you do not understand my art. And I will have to ask you to cease all transgressions. For you know not what my intentions are. Silence, sir. Right here in this section, by the way, I'm leaving this in for you, but this is my gift to you, friend. But right here, there's an ad for Big League Truckin' that's currently playing.
Ah! Ah!
How you like that?
You know what? You're right. It is a black thing.
I'm leaving that in.
That's fine.
That's gonna be the start of the second part, dude.
That's the you have like
It's gonna start.
10
It's
minutes.
a black thing, ain't it?
Name of the episode. It's a black thing, isn't it? That's it. You give me your audio. I'm making another podcast. I'm gonna tell you this part. It's a white thing, isn't it?
Do you
No, the Muffin Man.
No, do you enjoy horror themed YouTubers?
You'd have to be more specific.
Corpse Husband, Lazy Masquerade.
Well, what does
Mr.
Corpse Husband
Nightmare.
do? Tells like spooky, real,
He's a
scary
narrator,
stories.
and that's what I wanted to do. Here, let me rear this back to part 1. if this is a part 2. It won't be, but if this was, and just in case it was. But in part 1, I had mentioned that I had worked at Tommy Hilfiger, something that I would always hear because every time that you would clock in for work, you would put on a walkie-talkie. That way you had complete global saturation. You would have global communication. And something that I would always hear is like, AP, you always have like a really nice voice. And this was such a weird compliment to hear, like every other week. And it was like, after a while, and this is when I had brought up to you, I'm like, it's strange when somebody says you have a good voice. How come you don't do like any voice work? And I had always, in my mind, I had always went, there is a clear and defined difference between somebody that just has a good voice and somebody that just has good range.
Depends on what you use it for, honestly.
And
it's like you can have, you could do a million voices, but if you can't read off a script, then you're fucked.
Well, one of my childhood heroes, responsible for a good portion of my childhood, Keith David. He could be Keith fucking David in everything that he plays, and you would completely believe what he is. Like if he Spawn, but all you hear is Keith David, like, all right, well, he's Spawn. If you hear the Arbiter, you hear the goddamn Arbiter. But it's Keith David, and I just feel like he can play himself. Also Danny Trejo, but Danny Trejo is a unique case because he pigeonholed himself to being that guy.
Yeah, that Mexican guy.
Basically, that either that Mexican guy that's always doing something to some degree, unless it was the movie Heat, in which place he played the getaway driver. That was new. That was new territory until he went back to being that Mexican guy.
I do love Danny Trejo. He's very sweet.
No, he is a very kind man. It's like underneath that stony expression of him, it's like that dude's an actual sweetheart.
Except for that time in Spy Kids when I think he was the villain.
Actually, here,
then he wasn't.
Fuck what we're talking about. I just wanted to talk about briefly, like, what do you think about narrations? Because that's always something I wanted to do recently. I like how I said that. That's always something I wanted to do, but recently. Recently, I had a hungering for... Also, I understand that for you, I'm cutting out, but Audacity's fine. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Okay, because I did hear that one.
This part's cut out, but the rest of this is good. This is good. I'm just cutting out the part where I mentioned Audacity because we can't share the fact that we do the things that we do. I'm not actually cutting this. This is a joke, but I know you'll ask, and I'll have to explain the artist's intent.
See, I was gonna give it a pause and then answer your question, be professional about it, but okay.
Well, whatever.
To what end narration? Spooky narration of like a scary story to tell in the dank dark?
Well, yeah, I like horror, but clearly, but
you would want to do a horror thing together.
What do you mean together?
Did you?
This ain't no fucking tag team. All right,
were you not asking me?
I was asking you what do you think of them?
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, they're like real stories or like the fictional ones or both.
Just people that narrate in general, just like because I just like the fact how it gets people to listen to stories, and I think that's important. It's just learning things. Even if the book has nothing, or the passage or writing has no inherent value, at least you're learning words.
I mean, look at audiobooks. It's like people, listen to those.
This podcast brought to you by Audible and Amazon. Sorry.
No, I mean, I've listened to my fair share. A couple years back, I listened to a lot of Oh, I wish I could remember any of their names. B Busta
I still listen
and
to B.
Something Masquerade. Is it Lazy Masquerade?
Yes.
Yeah. Mostly just those two. And then even farther back, like Mr. Creepypasta. I think I listened to Creeps for a while. Creeps McPasta or whatever. Wasn't a fan of the name. That just seemed too on the nose. But yeah, years back I listened to, the real kinds of scary stories, and it was like, oh man, this is scary. And then I, listened to my 20th, what is it called? What is the my 20th Craigslist stalker story or whatever, and it's like, and then they went home, and then
They
tried to
fucked.
break in the house, and then nobody was there,
They fucked.
and they ran away. And it's just
Where's
like
the part where they fucked?
I've become desensitized to the real stories. Great. I was scared initially, kind of,
Were you?
or like at least like, well, not. I was more paranoid. I'm a very paranoid person. I like to lock all my locks on my doors. Make sure all my windows are locked.
Well, that's something I wanted to do, though. That's all this was rearing towards. But that you just thought of a great segue. You did.
I have knives in almost every room of my house.
Good. I don't like how I said that, but
Good. Good.
everybody needs a bed knife. And if you want a bed knife yourself, big leaf knifing. When a knife is too legit.
I mean, I'm not paranoid that, somebody's going to break in.
It's good to be prepared, Mala.
Sure. I think it's fun. I think it's kind of fun and funny. It'd be like, I have a knife secretly hidden in almost every room in my house.
Funny.
Yeah.
It's for protection.
This is like, I have knives all over my house
A bed knife
secretly.
is always a good idea.
I could kill you whenever I want.
That's not very funny or nice.
Mm.
Respectful for the transcript version of this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Rapid fire this one. Ready? This is the rapid fire part of the shit. This is part 2, by the way. This is if it were to happen. I'm not saying that I'm not actually doing this. We're gonna leave it as is for this episode. But again, like if you want it cut, sub if you don't. If you do both, then I don't know.
What if they're already subbed?
Unsub, sub again. Log into your alt that you obviously have. Sub there. You know that people actually do that? That is so fucking weird.
I believe it.
And it's like, that doesn't help you.
Go on Twitch, unfollow, then refollow, and as fast as you can, put in exclamation point follow age, and try to get it down to 0 to 1 seconds. Anyway, rapid fire.
Oh, of course. Welcome to my rapid fire show. I'm your host, Aegis. This is my contestant for this evening. Sorry, sir. What is your name?
Austin.
Did you just give me a fake name?
Malistrom 15.
I don't like that he has a number. Somebody check his ID.
That's why I got rid of it. Hey guys, it's the Malistrom 15. No way. Guys, it's the Germa 985. Anyway, Mr. Host.
Sorry. Welcome to my show. I already forgot what we were doing. This isn't
rapid fire.
Oh no, I knew we were doing the rapid fire, but I had a. There's a bit. Forget it. Fuck off. Listen,
Oh my God.
3 things that you're super afraid of. Go. This is gonna be the part of the show where we learn about the hosts.
But you're the host. I'm the contestant. Yeah, touche.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome to my show. In this, I don't have a name for this segment. Rapid fire, hailfire.
Dying.
Sorry. Let me. All right. Hold on. Let me dial that back because that's too easy. Unreasonably afraid of.
Dying.
Dial that back. Dial that back. X out dying.
Okay, so like not normally I should be scared of it, but I'm unreasonably scared of it.
It's abnormal to be afraid of whatever you're afraid of.
I mean, some people aren't afraid to die.
Yeah, those are Vikings. They're not around.
Things I'm people following me home as I walk from work sometimes, because I have to do that at like nearly midnight. I like to turn around when I walk sometimes very suddenly, and then I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna scare somebody someday. I don't know if it's something I'm reasonably scared of, but I like to usually keep my bedroom door locked whenever I go to sleep, because double protection.
Nothing wrong with that.
And
What if you're going to town and you're... Sorry, forget. Fuck off. That wasn't going to be a funny joke.
tell me to fuck off. You fuck off.
Listen, you can't curse on my show.
Fuck you.
Karen?
I do what I want. I do what I want. What's your name, ma'am? Karen. Explains that.
Get security, please, Miss Karen. Thank you.
My entire computer dying, or no, house fire.
Miss Karen, he's still here.
House fire. Me losing everything. I have literally nearly, or if slightly over, $1,000 worth of manga, and that's not even to mention all of the collectible DVDs I have, and then my the hundreds of dollars I put into my current computer rig. Okay, that's it. Okay, your turn.
I'm the host.
I'm the co-host. Your turn.
You said you weren't the host. You were the contestant. Now all of a sudden you're a co-host? Miss Karen, get this man out of here, please.
Your turn.
Huh?
Your turn, or we end now.
Goodbye, everybody.
No, your turn.
I don't like critters that can fly. I am fuming when I see them.
Mm-hmm.
Critters that can fly just annoy the shit out of me. And I learned that I had gotten that from Minona, who hates birds, but I just hate insects that can fly.
Faster.
I have an irrational fear of the deep. Not aquaphobia, but things that lie therein.
No, that's fair. I sometimes am kind of like, ooh, deep waters. Fear of the unknown, in a sense. And?
Abnormally afraid of failure.
Well, you failed me on the third one. That cringe, bro. That's very cringe.
How do we?
Any more flash quizzes?
Well, I thought this segment would be good to get to know the host because they don't really know much about us. I mean, yeah, you shelled out a lot in the
Getting to know.
in the first half. Stop. In the first half of the show, but
To know you. Getting to know you. Getting to know everything about you. That's all I got. That's all I know of it.
there was no tune to this either. I'm sorry.
What a knee slapper.
Shook 'em up.
Shook him up. I hope, audience, you have learned much about us now.
Have they?
Don't burn my house down, please. I rent.
We both have
not
bed
even-
knives.
Yeah. Don't burn my house down because I rent and we both have bed knives.
If you're close to the home, I will have to bring out the bed knife.
It's it. Getting me bed knife.
I don't think you have a bed knife. You don't respect the.
I have 2 knives in this room. Actually, 3.
Yeah, they're probably
One's
plastic.
in the closet. One's in the closet. One's next to my bed on a nightstand. No, it's not under the pillow. We've had this conversation. And then one is right underneath a portion of my desk.
Bed knife.
Bed knife pog. Oh, and Pog died.
Yeah, that's why I
this week.
huffed.
Pog died.
The turn of an era.
Because Pog was like, oh, the guy Pog. Pog was like, oh, what if I just incited violence? And also was like, man, that COVID thing, I think that ain't real. Months ago. So Twitch was like, no. And then they deleted PogChamp. So now Twitch has a much better program going, which was suggested through Twitter, which I actually like this. They are taking Pogs from the community and are having Pog be a new thing every day. So like a new emote for Pog. Because Pog is so ingrained in Twitch culture that it's like you can't delete Pog.
Would you?
Delete Pog.
Mm-hmm.
No.
At the snap of a finger, if you could. Just like that, and it's gone. Everybody forgot about it.
Like Pog never existed.
Mm-hmm. Pog means what it originally meant, which was little Pog figures that you collect. I used to have Pog
Yeah.
chips. People would bring their own, and they would slam them as hard as they possibly could. Some would break.
I just, man, I don't fucking get that. I've never owned a Pog, but I don't understand what the entertainment value in that is.
That's an early 2000s, late 90s toy right there, man. It was like collector's cards. Like this was
Yeah.
this was Bakugan for us. Like you slam that fucking Pog on the ground.
Why is Bakugan making a resurgence? I played with that in elementary school.
It's the only comparable thing. This is a physical like deck that you had, and you threw it on the goddamn ground. Try to smash these Pogs, and then you would do it, and then people were like, "Damn, man, that was good." But some people would do it a little too hard to where they weren't that good, and they would break their shit. And then they would go, "Hey, can I have this deck for a little bit?" And you would go, "No, man, because you don't know how to take care of your shit."
With people dissecting what Pog actually meant within the past couple days is probably the most I've heard about Pogs in like the past forever.
Let me tell you something.
People don't talk about Pogs.
There was this mobile game called Pog Slam, where you got to collect Pogs from the 90s and decks that had released after that. And I thought, wow, this is something that was in my childhood. I get to play this. And then the service was closed because nobody likes Pogs.
Hey, did you hear?
Mhm.
Alf's back in Pog form.
Yeah, they did have elf pogs. We need Halo pogs.
To erase Pog as though it never existed. I can't imagine what I would be saying otherwise.
Do you actually say pog?
I unironically say Pog. I can't help it. I literally can't help it.
I would erase re. I do it ironically. Like, oh,
See, people say that is it was originally based around like, oh, an autistic person goes re, and it's like, that's not where I thought it came from. I thought it came from like a fucking frog, or just somebody going re.
Yeah, I thought it was
like,
deep-seated
that's
4chan. Some deep Blackwater 4chan with Pepe.
I don't understand as well when people say, and I knew somebody who thought like this. They were like, "Oh, Pepe, I don't like Pepe because of what he stands for." It's like, what do you mean? It's a green frog with a blue shirt. Are you like okay in the fucking head?
Oh, I mean, some people thought
Like 4chan, I know, tried to you know make Pepe this whole like what was it like
there was a couple of forums where they tried to resurge it. They had a Nazi version, they had an Antifa version.
Yeah, that's what it was. And it's just like, no, people don't look at Pepe and are like, oh yeah, that's a Nazi symbol.
But
it's a fucking cute frog with a blue shirt on.
And now they have this in
You
Wojak
daft
form.
bitch.
You know what Wojak is?
No,
Here,
I've probably seen it.
Wojak is
Thank you.
an old. He's like one of the feels guys from that era of memes. I will send you a picture right there. But they took Wojak, and I mean this recently. They took Wojak and basically.
I didn't realize. I thought that was feels bad. Feels bad.
Here, hold on. I have to show you this because like this is where we are right now.
I didn't realize that was Wojak. I mean, I know what Wojak is transformed into. Wojak is like literally everything. I remember somebody made an edit of yeah.
Yeah, that's where we are right now. I sent him a picture of what the meme currently is, where it was some artists start taking Wojak and just turning it into like racial based humor, which it's crazy. Because now we're going to have a huge problem, especially where internet is concerned. That somebody thought this was going to be a good idea.
So what it is now, what he sent me was Wojak in with blonde hair and in like a floral shirt. Wojak with kind of a swept over boyish haircut, and then I guess are the others Wojak as well?
Yes. They're all Wojak.
I can't tell because I'm not zoomed in on it, but 4 black women just ellipsing towards the 2 saying, "Yas, Miss Mama Girl, purr, chilly work, honey, period, sis."
I don't know what that even means.
I'm too old to understand what that means. Yeah, but I remember years back I had seen on a YouTube thumbnail Wojak, and again I didn't know that's what it was called. For Walking Dead season 1 Let's Play, it was just Lee as Wojak. And it's like, for the longest time I was like, why is this drawn so terribly? And I realized I was like, oh, it's that. I is that like the only Rage comic character to survive and like flourish? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
I like it too.
I want a return of that was just such a simpler time for memes because everybody could do it. Everybody had their own like ideas and thoughts. Now, what's funny as a meme is deep frying the fuck out of it, and just for some reason it's funny.
Are you telling me you don't find the cultural importance of a couple black lines positioned just the right way to be extremely funny and, again, culturally important?
No, because it's like this is within our like generation, and for some reason we find this funny, and it's like I don't quite get it, and every time I see it, I'm just like,
because then you look at it, you look at the lines, positioned in the certain way, and then you ask, is this loss?
And I never understood why that was funny. Never. I know the basis around it. I don't know why it's funny.
I find it funny because it's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, look at this. And then in reality, oh god damn it, is this loss? And it's like every time it's like, yes, it's actually loss. But when you break it down, because I tried to explain this to my dad on a trekking trip years ago, I tried to explain what memes to him were. And at the basis, they're just inside jokes, except they're shared with everybody. Like online usually.
I spent an hour trying to explain what a meme was to my sis. She's now getting to the internet, really.
How old is she?
Almost 16. Time flies.
That's really funny. And anyway, so I was like, yeah, so this is a meme, and this is a meme. And then I explained, Lost to him. And I was like, yeah, these lines here, this is a meme. He's like, how is this a meme? It's like, well, it's the way they're positioned is how the comic is written. It's like a format. The format itself reminds you of that. And the context for Lost is that it's an online game comic in which one time they got really serious for no reason. And one of the characters, I guess, girlfriends or wife, ended up having a miscarriage. So basically, it's the guy character entering the hospital, going to the front desk, talking with the doctor, and then going into the room where his wife is lying on her side, and he's standing there. So basically, the joke is that the lines are just positioned as the characters are. So it's one line, half a line, one line, sideline. Take that out of context.
And that's the thing. It's like, oh, and they lit that fucker up too, by the way.
It's a reference. It's just a reference. It's like the ultimate inside joke because it's so basic. I think that's what I find also funny about it. It's so stupidly simple.
They destroyed that poor fuck after that comic released because he just stopped doing it after a while. So I mean, everybody was lighting him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame when it gets to that.
But it's like he knew what he was getting himself into. Like he had no business. Like
it's like you make a comedy gaming comic, and then you're like, loss, miscarriage.
So it's unfortunate, but what are you gonna do?
I mean, sometimes people dig their own graves, and it's sad to see them dig them. But
tell them no. Hey man, stop it.
Yeah, take it with a shovel mid raise.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you come back up here. You stop making that.
Yeah. Somebody's making a bad move. Tell them no. Don't get you one. Instead, get you a big league trucking cap. Press the contact us button and tell them who sent you. And they'll just know. They'll know it's us. Big League Trucking. Get you one.
So I'm about ready to wrap up.
Same. After that.
Where can they find you then? They'd like to
They
hear more about
don't.
your narration.
They don't. They do not. I wanted to bring this up briefly, I guess. Sorry, but
Is it about Destiny 2 again?
no.
Are you sure?
Yes. There's a lot of deliberations. I am considering closing down my Twitter and my Instagram. I just
Yes.
it's a lot, I guess, healthier. Air did it. She feels a lot more healthier for it, and she's been doing that for like 3 years now.
I'm sorry, for what?
For what?
What does she feel healthier about?
Just not worrying about social media, not having to pick up the phone every...
Oh, okay, because you mega fucking cut out.
Did I?
I didn't hear shit. I thought you had like a pause and you were pulling my leg.
No.
Yeah, social media can sometimes suck because like lately it's just like you're doom scrolling with what was happening on Wednesday.
I talked about this last week, but again, I just feel like it presents life in such a unreasonable way, and
Mm-hmm.
I scroll on Instagram and I'm just like, I don't know what I'm even consistently doing, and a lot of my past lady friends like to get a hold of me, and I just don't answer back because that's how, and I hate how discoverable I am. Just stop. But it's odd to say as an internet personality in that degree, but
Become VTuber.
no.
They'll never know.
But yeah, I don't think Twitter and or Instagram will be in my future. Unfortunately I kind of have to keep Facebook because it'd be kind of foolish to dismantle that entirely. But if you want to continue to keep up with me, YouTube, Hell Jumpers, we're here. Soon I'm going to have a few more videos actually containing the crew, which was my plan after the rebrand of A10 to Hell Jumpers. So, if you're watching this on YouTube, Mellow, as opposed to listening, stay here. We have some stuff. Horror Variety Power Hour, some cool shit. And I have fun doing it. New episode soon.
TM.
What about you, Mel?
Oh, you can find me over on Twitch, Malistrom. Same with Twitter, Malistrom. Currently working for full-time, looking for full-time editing work. So that will be my future. Looking forward to that. I've had this like nervous feeling, like almost like butterflies, I guess, in my stomach, at multiple times throughout the day since like Tuesday of earlier this week. Because it's like, ooh, this is a thing. I'm gonna do it, and it's actually probably gonna be able to happen.
Please don't find this rude of me, but I thought you would have already have quit. I thought that was where that whole thing went, and I didn't realize you were still going to work there for a bit.
No, God, no. I need to be 100% certain that this will be financially stable.
No, that's good. I just thought that's what happened, because I looked at it and heard by happenstance what had happened. So I was like, oh, okay, no, this is gonna be good. I'm glad that
I
he.
mean, you think I would have, but no, I have enough money to last a couple of months. I actually just got randomly the stimulus check for $600.
That's good.
I wasn't expecting that because I thought they were deliberating about making it like anywhere from $1,200 to $2,000. But I guess in the meantime they sent out that 600, so it's like, oh, wait, what did I do? What did I do to earn this? And I cross-reference the bank statement, and it was like, yeah, the stimulus will appear under this name. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, it could last a couple of months, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
I'm thankful for my dad. At least I had mentioned this on my stream the other day, but I'm thankful for my dad because he pushed me into really getting a move on this because I asked him for advice after that Monday night whenever I had to, face that shit. And I said, within the year I wanted to be out of there. And he said, no, you need to do this now. You should have done this by yesterday. You should be out of there in like 2 months. Maybe like a little bit more. I was like, no, you're absolutely right. So it's like the very next morning I started looking into jobs online. And I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to try to pursue editing work because I know people who are currently looking, and just my luck, couldn't be a better time for them to want editors. It's like I've already sealed the deal basically with one.
Just
in the talk with some others.
be careful of who you go into business with. Make sure they're good for it. And if they're not, you get your Uncle Aegis will sort out their kneecaps.
No, most of the people that I'm editing for or have been talking to, I've watched their content for years. So I trust them enough, and even then, their outward personas, I guess, are through like streaming. I have no reason not to trust them, I suppose. So I'm not fully worried, and even then, it's like, okay, well, if you don't send me money, then I guess I won't edit for you.
Oh, this was something I wanted to bring up. I actually had it as like a jot down point, and I figured, oh, Mello talked about this. I wonder what he thinks.
Okay.
So, like, there are a lot of characters on Twitch, and I mean that, like, characters, like character, like,
Oh, definitely.
they're acting.
Yeah.
And recently, Code Miko had like really taken Twitch by storm because I mean it's just an interesting project.
What is it?
Advanced VTuber.
Oh, okay.
It's basically her in like a full bodysuit, and whatever she's doing in the bodysuit is transferred to this character.
Wait.
In a
Code Miko.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is not who I was thinking of at all. That's very lifelike, though. No, see, I was thinking it was that one.
Oh yeah.
Do you know which one I mean?
Oh yeah.
I don't gotta say nothing. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. But sorry, Aaron. But I do it in jest. This way. The thing I wanted to point out was like, what do you think about that? Because like my Twitch is just me, and I understand that I'm not too much, but I am me. And that's what I kind of thought people did on Twitch. I thought Twitch was a way for people to kind of just put the creator out there as opposed to their YouTube channel where they might be a character, but I'm me on both sides of the plane. It's like if I'm on YouTube, I'm just doing what I do, and same goes for Twitch. But I know people are characters even on Twitch, and I'm just like, that's, for some reason to me that's strange. But it's like I get it, but it's strange at the same time.
I mean, consider it like live TV in a way. You're doing a performance,
And
you're a performer,
and this is where
you're an actor.
Where I bring up Grassroots. It's just I feel like is that is that something you have to do in order to?
No, definitely not. I mean, I hate to bring him up, but I mean, like, look at Ninja.
I feel like Ninja's a character though.
He's a partial character. He's not a full character, but even then, that's not to say. Like, okay, I'll give you another couple examples. Peeve. Peeve is a good example. He is just a mellow guy who plays video games who got popular because he did a lot of Dark Souls 1 PvP. He's been the same him for the most part for the past years. And it's like he left YouTube, he went to Twitch, and now he's slightly coming back to YouTube. It's like he hasn't really changed all that much. He's less edgy and salty. But like he's very plain. I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a character on a live stream on Twitch, because it's like I can maybe understand your point of view in thinking that with YouTube it's like, well, you can edit that, down to edit in the good takes, and that makes you a character. But it's like, if anything, I feel that you're more of an artist or a better performer if you can do that live for a stream and stay in character.
I wanted your viewpoint because
you want to be a VTuber. I am wholeheartedly there for you. I've been considering it myself. I'm going to be so cute.
Negative. But
okay.
There's a group, I think it's 100 Thieves, I cannot be certain, but they had bought a huge like compound basically for their business, and who's within this cask are people like Valkyrie something. I forgot her name immediately, but
oh yeah, she won a content creator of the year.
Yeah. She's within that. They have this huge compound for where like they can do whatever they want in terms of streaming. They have like offices for streams in there. And
actually I didn't know she was a part of that.
And it's wild to me that that's where this is, and that's why I'm so worried about it's upping the ante.
Do they all live there
in the compound? They had a house where they had all lived, but this compound, I'm assuming, is just
that's a fucking terrible idea.
The house
content creators living with each other. That is a terrible fucking idea.
Well, okay, well, all right. What happens if, let's say, Drop Pod is the best fucking podcast here to Narnia? We're making at least 4 figures.
Sure.
That's not where listen. This is just an example, but let's just say that's what. No, this is for the dear viewer or listener, depending on where you might be. Drop Pod is doing phenomenal, and I'm like, Mala, how about we move to? This would never happen, but Mala, how about we move to Cali for a bit? I would not want to be there, but what if we move to Cali for a bit, and we could do stuff as performers, basically? What would you say to that? And you would say, nah, chief.
Like what?
Just something that we could do. I don't know. Come up with some projects.
I don't think there's any issue with me visiting you or you visiting me and collaborating. But
I'm talking we move. I'm talking we're doing this, partner.
And we move into the same house.
50-50.
The same
split.
kitchen. The same bed. The same,
not the same bed.
Tissue box.
No. No.
I can't name many examples in which it ended up floundering after a few years, but the one major one I can name that may invoke some nostalgia were the creatures in the Creature House.
Okay, but what did the creatures turn into?
Literally, they all died off.
Couch up.
and then it literally died off.
But that was more because they were just going through it. They had such a rut, but they had that huge warehouse. And Cow Chop was doing amazingly well until, well, that year in which it all fell apart. UberX or Nova decided I didn't want to do this no more. Let me go home. I'm sick of it. I'm gonna go bed. I'm gonna go stream. And there's nothing wrong with that. Worry about your mental health. I wouldn't see us doing that. These zany stunts every single day in, day out, no breaks, no stop.
I don't even think that was completely part of it. I mean, part of it was it was like a straw that broke the camel's back, and it was in which like he didn't get to choose the viewer mail or something like that.
Or totally different.
There was a very specific, like, there is that too that you mentioned, but there was also like that just like random thing that was just like, no, that's it. It was like he was gone for a week or whatever. He was on a trip or something, and he came back, I think, and it's like he didn't get to choose the mail or whatever that they were doing for like an unpackaging video or just something like that. It's like he didn't have a say in it.
Unis,
I guess that had happened multiple times.
Unis Honest did the same for a full year. And Markiplier, because of that project, he's working on something right now. It's like it's super trending right now. Markiplier is not real is the hashtag. But
I was wondering what the fuck that was.
It's
like, okay.
This is his new like thing where I'm not keeping up with it, but that's trending.
I don't watch him.
If somebody does know, tell us, because I don't know.
You got Google. You look it up.
I watched
Lazy.
Mala trying to get people to interact with the content. Oh,
yeah,
boy!
I told him interact earlier.
Oh no!
Told subscribe to me on Twitch.
Oh yes, you. Oh,
you got your channel boost. You're fine.
Every week.
Every week.
But
every stream.
They did it for a whole year. They didn't live with each other, but they were always interacting with each other for like every day for the entire year. That was what they put themselves up to do as a challenge. There was not a day, even if somebody was super sick, like, no, you got to do it. Sorry, bud. Don't care if you have I'm gonna fucking die disease. You're gonna do it. But to rear this back, what is the true issue here? Like, what would be, I'm not saying we would do this, but let's say that we did have like a collaboration project. I go to you, I'm like, Mala, we're gonna do some wacky and zany stunt, man. I'm gonna take you to In-N-Out Burger and you're gonna try it. So wacky. And we do that. I fly you out to Cali because that's what we're doing apparently. And that's what we do. And that's a video. And then after that video, it apparently does super well for no reason. Hey, Mal, how about we just stay out here, my dude? You're like, oh yeah. That's how you sound. Oh yeah, let's do that.
Oh yeah, bro.
And then you move out. And then we're bunking it. Then what?
Fall apart eventually.
Nonsense.
Let me put it to you like this. It's like the people before it's like the people who are in a relationship and they're happy together. Well, then one of them suggests, hey, why don't we move in with each other? And you both agree. You move in with each other. And then COVID happens. And then you have to quarantine. And then you realize, Jesus Christ, I fucking hate this person.
Nonsense.
I hate living with them.
Oh my god, he never comes out of that room of his. I don't even know what he's doing half the time. Oh my god, I hate him. Oh, he doesn't even. Does he?
There's more to it, of course, but if you want to get into it with content creation, clashing of ideas.
They're pretty lenient.
issues with bills,
Pay him.
different personalities,
Pay him.
different ways you want to run the house.
Get you one.
It just creator houses are not a good idea, and I feel like they never are. I have not heard of many, if any, that work out.
Cow Chop ended the way they wanted. I mean, not the way they wanted, but they did what they intended. They said, "Listen, we're gonna do this for the rest of the year," and that's it. Cow Chop ended after that. There you go. Creatures, that was a different thing until Rooster Teeth said, "Hey guys, how about you just do this?" And then Cow Chop, they had that house for a bit, then a barn, then a warehouse. Worked out. Doing it's honest. Whole year. Did it. Flat. Only YouTubers who have done something like that. Feel bad for that other fellow they have on that though. Because, I mean, now that the channel's over. Because that was, and no disrespect to him, but that was most of his viewership right there.
I literally don't know anything about any of that, and I don't want to know. I don't really care.
Markiplier and Ethan.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Ethan.
He's a Let's Player, it doesn't matter. But all I'm saying is that his...
Let's Playing in 2020, bruh.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to really talk about Grassroots last week. It was that right there. It's like, holy shit, like what do you have to do in this current YouTuber like era where you can't get away with doing Let's Plays anymore. You can't get away with that shit.
I mean, you can.
To what extent?
But you can't. You can, but you can't do it from scratch.
The fuck does that mean?
You can get away with doing pure Let's Plays, but you can't get away with starting from scratch. You can't do it starting from scratch.
You hear that, dear viewer? You have to make it.
You should have already made it.
You hear that, folks? You can't get you one if you haven't already got one to begin with.
Let's Playing anyway. I mean, people nowadays are finding either video essays or reviewing content in general to be the thing, rather than just pure Let's Plays.
Wish I had jumped that shark. So I would have been one of the
video essay
early adopters of it. Yeah. It's always cool when you're like the first to do something, I guess.
Sure. It's not to say there still isn't an opportunity to do it, because there
sure
it's shit is.
Dumb.
People fucking eat those up, especially right now with people having to stay inside. It's like, give me something that's long, real nice and long to listen and watch.
Yeah.
I'd like to
buddy.
I'd like to plug Action Button. I don't know if I have yet, but I'd like to plug Action Button.
Vetoed. No, go ahead.
Reviews on YouTube. Tim Rogers. He's been around for a long, long while in the games industry. He's well known for his website, in which he would write a game review up until the point in which when was the point that the developers got lazy and they put in copy pasted crate into a video game. And then it became, when was the point in which the game required you to press the action button in gameplay? So now he has been doing reviews on YouTube for, I think, almost a year at this point ish. It's getting close to it. And he goes on tirades. Absolute madman tirades. Something that he says he could not get away with when writing reviews through text. It's something that can only translate into a video form because you have to listen to somebody, and if you're already like an hour through a video, you can do whatever the fuck you want at one point.
Yeah.
So I had heard with his recent video on a one of the first Japanese dating games. The name of it. Tokimeki Memorial.
I've heard of it.
But at one point in the review, he decides to play the game multiple times, and then he just has 2 straight up Let's Plays. Essentially, like still in a review format. But they're like an hour and a half long each, I believe. And the video in its entirety is 6 hours. Before that, he did Pac-Man, 2 hours 55 minutes. All of Doom, 3.5 hours.
That's when I heard of him.
Last of Us 1, 3 hours. So he'll probably do part 2 at some point. And then, okay, he started 7 months ago on YouTube. And that was with the Final Fantasy VII remake, which is 3 hours and 18 minutes. So if you want something to fucking get you through times when you're bored or you ain't got much to do,
Listen to Drop Pod.
I can suggest none further than Drop Pod. But then after that, definitely check out Tim Rogers with Action Button. I suggest starting at Doom. Because he literally reviews.
Yeah, that's when I had heard of the
all
guy.
of Doom.
Yep.
And he asks, but what is all of Doom? How do you review all of Doom? And then it's just he starts talking about his childhood and how he was a Doom poser in college. It's really funny. I'll link you to this one, Armin, if you haven't seen
I'm
it.
literally looking at it.
Well, too bad.
I literally said this is when I heard of the man's because it came out near my birthday.
Not too bad.
We don't talk like we used to.
We've been talking for 4.5 hours. I'm ready to wrap up. Are you?
I think we need to see like a counselor.
Divorce.
I don't know what to do about him, doctor. He doesn't talk to me like he used to. He speaks in riddles now.
You just
Cue dramatic stinger.
I think Discord tried to catch up because you just spoke really
Oh,
fast.
hell yeah.
I doubt that'll
Oh, hell yeah.
I doubt that'll translate into the audio, but oh boy, Discord.
Oh, yeah. Discord. You do.
Gotta go fit. Gotta go fit. You're too slow. Come on, step it up.
No, that's pretty good.
Thanks.
No problem.
I say it a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can find me on Twitch and
Oh, that's for all of this.
and Twitter. And Twitter. And actually now you can find me on YouTube. Malistrom the Second is where I've been making my fan highlights to hopefully get noticed by Peeve, so I can edit for him. They've had good feedback. Just not from him yet.
Put it under his door. So when he walks out for the morning mail, he sees it.
Now, even if I don't edit for him, there are other sources that I believe I could definitely.
Oh, we never did our feature.
What was the feature?
Gotta bring an old meme.
What was the last one?
You did Nyan Cat. And I did
Loss.
all your...
Woj.
No, we already... Nope.
No, that counts.
No, that's
we
no
already
that's
did it.
no fun.
Okay. Well, what did you do last time?
All your base belong to us.
Okay. Well, what are you doing this time?
Rafflecopter. I feel like you gotten up from your chair and just running around while it's empty.
That's been a while. I have one in mind, but I don't want to say that one.
You're gonna do save it for next week? Not at all. Is it too risky? Do it. Do it.
How about that raptor? That raptor in like that. It's like a drawn raptor with what was that raptor? You remember that raptor meme?
No.
Yeah, it's like a raptor, and he's like, looks like he's thinking. Like,
Oh,
what if
Velociraptor.
Pinocchio- Yeah, raptor.
Or Velociraptor.
Yeah, Velociraptor, like philosophy.
Yeah.
If Plankton wants the Krabby Patty formula so bad, why won't he use Google? He has a computer wife, right?
That's boring. Boo.
That's why I didn't want to say
Boo.
it. I knew it wouldn't be good.
No, it's just that one. Velociraptor had some good ones. Get the 10. Velociraptor had a 10. I'm waiting. And so is the dear viewer. And this public station from viewers like you. Thank you.
If I get Wi-Fi from the church, am I getting a signal from God?
Oh, that's good.
If you spill cleaning product, did you make a mess? That's a good one. I like that one.
Bring those back. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye. Take care.
Stay safe.